These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams, because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that one in three Endavans joined the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming at Data Saturday Plovdiv 2022. We have this event for the 7th time in a row in Plovdiv. And I can say really again, thanks to all of you who came here. Thanks to all speakers and of course, thanks to all partners. We have very important partners. Without partners, you know, it is not possible to make such kind of nice event. And it will be really amazing that we will have now few minutes with our main partners. And we will start with one significant person who started SQL community in Bulgaria. Probably all of you know about Magi Naumova. Magi Naumova was the first worldwide acknowledged specialist and trainer for SQL Server from Bulgaria, and she continued to support with her company in spirit this event. So welcome, Magi, and thanks for support for this event.
Hi, Michael. Thank you for introducing me so nicely. Hi all, I'm so happy to join this conference even online. Hi from Oslo. I know that it's rainy in Sofia, but it's a very good in Plovdiv as well. But it's a very good motivation to get your SQL day. Here is the opposite. It's so sunny and so tempting to go out. But we will do that in the afternoon probably, or in the evening. This will be our SQL day. I'm so happy that I'm with you today, and will continue to support and run the SQL user group in Bulgaria, even though I am in Oslo now. But what I can say for today is it will be a really nice day because we are going to dive into the first public preview of SQL Server 2022. Keep the excitement for the whole day and even longer because you will be surprised of so many features that it has now. I wish you a really great day and see you in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maggie. And Maggie will have really very interesting session on SQL Server 2022. I think that it will be very, very important and interesting session for people who are interested in SQL Server. And now I will invite Catalin. Catalin is from EPAM Romania. EPAM has international presence here. Welcome.
So I don't know what should I say. Yeah. I need to be okay to look fat. Let's. So I'm welcoming from this event. EPAM, it's having a very strong presence also here, also in Romania, and it's growing and it's trying to support the communities. Also inside we have upskilling programs for everything and an architectural program. So well, what can I say more? Welcome to this event. Very interesting session. Remember the lesson that the PAM learned. If you're giving to a community, you get back at least tenfold. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have again British invasion here. So we have this partnership with Adatis. And I would like to invite the team of Adatis, the whole team from this UK-based company with active presence in Bulgaria also. So I need just to put the things in presenter mode. Not sure if this can be. Yeah. Okay. So, John.
Hello everybody. I'm here to talk to you a little bit about Adatis. Once I can work out how to. Judesta, thank you very much. So Adatis are a data specialist. We work with very closely. We're a Microsoft partner. And as you can see, we have offices in Sofia, in England, and also in India, in Pune. As you can see, we were established in 2006. And between 2006 and 2022, this is a slightly old slide, we've grown to over 350 employees. Now, we are a flagship partner, so we're very closely aligned with Microsoft. You can see we've got 5 gold competencies. We're a Synapse launch partner, a Purview launch partner. We work closely with Microsoft on that, and we were working with Microsoft and Heathrow Airport a year before that became available in public preview. You can see here that we work across a number of industries with a number of different clients, hopefully some of which you will recognize, Volkswagen, Diageo, Stars Group, and ASOS, who are the largest consumer of Azure resources within Europe. We used to work a lot with the kind of traditional on-premise kind of BI stack, so SSAS, SQL Server, Master Data Services, SSRS. But really what we found now is that when clients come to us, they really want kind of modern data warehouse-based solutions. So pretty much all of our work now is in Azure using tools like Data Factory, Databricks, Synapse, and Power BI. That is pretty much all that we're working on now in terms of our projects, rather than the older stack. We are also published authors with books around modern data warehousing and master data management. Now, I would like to tell you a little bit about our culture, so I'm going to pass you over to Ellie.
Hi everyone, and thanks very much for coming here in person. As you can see from the pictures here, Adatis is a people-focused company, and I do really believe that what makes people in Adatis so special is like how we bond together and really the culture that we have. This, for example, it's our latest summer team building in Pančarevo, where we went kayaking, but also we are very proud about our values and vision. So, for example, our vision is to be the data analytics company most admired for its people, culture, and innovation. And we also have 8 core values representing our people-first culture, as you can see from the bottom right there. But obviously, like a simple diagram doesn't really do any justice, and this is how our people describe our culture. And I do really believe that what makes it so special is that the culture of Adatis was created from the outset, really to make people work together, create interesting things together, and really like to enjoy their work. We are also very proud of our career development, and we take that very seriously. In Adatis, you have a chance to have a mentor and be guided in your career development and achieve your goals. But we are obviously here to tell you a bit more about ourselves as well. So I'm very happy to introduce you to John. He's our founding director. He has been in Bulgaria for the past 7 years, and he is with 15 years solid technical experience. When he's not working and coding, like he really likes snowboarding and cooking tasty recipes.
I'd like to introduce you to Ellie. So Ellie's been with us for 2 years, and she's our kind of head of people in Bulgaria. She's been doing a fantastic job helping us to improve our processes and really grow the team. So it's been wonderful having Ellie join us. When she's not working, Ellie really loves traveling and also cooking healthy recipes. I would also really like to introduce you to one of our presenters. This is Laz, our principal Power BI consultant.
Yeah, hi everyone. So my name is Lazarus Fiastopoulos, but that's fairly long, so everyone just calls me Laz. So yeah, I'm the principal Power BI consultant, so work on everything and anything Power BI. So deriving action KPIs, optimizing models, writing DAX, the whole work. So today my session is optimizing Power BI reports for mobile. So if anyone's creating a report and needs to sort of alter it a little bit for mobile or needs to have a bit more reports on the go, this is the session for you. And of course, throughout the day, if you have any Power BI related questions, come over to our stand. So yeah, that is me. So now, one last thing as well, we will be handing out some prizes at the end of the session, so be sure to attend. And with that, I'll pass over to Vlad.
Thanks, Laz. My name is Vladislav Gankov, not as long as Laz's name, but still a bit too long, so I usually go by Vlad. My session today is going to be on Azure Synapse and specifically the serverless SQL pools. I've been using Synapse for the past, 2 years now with Heathrow Airport, and I've been working with serverless most recently, and I found it really interesting, so I want to share some, it's really cool and useful. So I want to share some insights about it in my session. And similarly to last, I will be handing out prizes at the end of the session. So yeah, track one, this room, 11:40.
So you may be asking, what are the prizes? And the prizes are, of course, hammocks.
So as you heard, like we'll be giving away prizes in both talks, and we also have a raffle at our stand. So if you want to talk to us, please come and have a chat. We are also, like the stand will look something like that. And we are also very happy to obviously talk about through our open roles at the moment. We are looking for data consultants, data engineers, principal consultants, and senior consultants. And at the moment, we offer all of our roles remotely. So if you are watching us online, don't put you off applying. And also come to our stand, and like we will be happy to tell you more. Oops. These are our details as well, our website, our profile in DevBG, JobsBG, and LinkedIn as well.
So yeah, hope to see you all at the stand. Wish you all a wonderful event. We're really happy to be here. I'd also just like to say a very quick thank you to Misho and everybody that's helped organising the event. I know a lot of effort goes into this. Yeah, it's going to be excellent. So yeah, thank you everybody. Hope to speak to you, and yeah, have a wonderful time.
Thanks very much to our friends from Adatis, and we have more partners. I really appreciate that also Anhil support our events. So I will invite Nikolai Pavlov, to share some words about what exactly Anhil is doing and why they support the event.
Thank you, Michel. Glad to see you all guys here. Welcome to this event. Anhil, we are small, but as you can see from the size of our fund, pretty ambitious company to grow. And we work with in various industries, mostly about related to insurance, to automotive, to IoTs, where always a lot of data is involved, a lot of business analytics, a lot of data warehousing. So we built a team to dive deep into these technologies, do migrations from on-premises enterprise system to the cloud. So Data Saturday is a natural event for us for being here. So I'm very pleased that we can start building a community in Plovdiv and building teams. This is our ambition. So thank you for being here and enjoy the sessions.
Thank you very much. And we have more important partners. Special thanks to Endava for the great support. Our friends from Endava will share additional information about their companies at the beginning of their presentations. They prepared some information, so follow their presentations and you will learn more details. But from our side, like organizers, big thank you to support this event and also for the interesting presentations that we expect to see, of course. And I would like to say also thanks to MentorMate. MentorMate also support this event. And hope that next year we will have even bigger event, more successful. But now it's time for technical presentations. So thanks again for coming. Thanks again to all speakers and partners. And technical presentations are starting after a few minutes.
because these are the people that help us make this event. And for the people who are here in the room, please go to their stands. They're all nice people. Don't bite. I would like to say a big thank you to all of these people and companies that help us to make this great event. So a few words about me. I'm a software developer with, I would say, the data is a hobby of mine. And these are my contacts. If you want to reach me, ask a question, just say hi. I will be very happy and will try to answer to everybody. So today, a few words about how we will go. I will say a few words about how Power BI stores data, what actually these things called parameters, what's the difference between the normal parameters and dynamic parameters. And there will be no much slides. I will focus mostly on the demos to show the technical side of the topic. So first thing, before we start, something that is important for today's session. So I would like to remind you about the basics, how Power BI stores the data in the report or access the data. One very important thing when you create a new report and a decision that you should make from the start is, should I import the data or to query directly the data source? So technically, it's a decision that you should make from the very start, but there is a mix between these two, which is a composite mode, but we will not dig so deep into this topic. But the general idea is that we have two types of storage. So either Power BI loads all the data and makes a copy of it, or the data is stored in the data source itself, and whenever Power BI needs something, it sends a query directly to the data source. So this is the either import mode, or the other type of mode, depending on the data source, is called either direct query, live connect, or something. With import mode, the important thing to know is that it is optimized for performance. So this is a special storage engine. It's called Vertipack engine, and it's optimized for Power BI, works the best. And whenever is possible, and you don't have any reasons not to do so, you should start with import mode. Exceptions for that, if your query, if your data source is large, extremely large, it will not be able to import that. And every time when you need to refresh the data to get recent data, it will take some time to load that into the data set itself when the data is imported. So if you need to query fresh data, and refreshing once a day is not enough for you, or the data size is huge, I'm speaking about many gigabytes, even terabytes, then import mode is not suitable for you. In this case, you should go for direct query. In this mode, the data is not copied. So Power BI will use the data in the data source itself. There is no data movement. So it's very efficient in case you have a large amount of data, because it avoids the data movement. However, it's not optimized for performance in the way import mode is. So you may see some drop in the performance of your report. However, it's a compromise after all. But it also has some advantages. So every time when you move a slicer, interact with a visual, Power BI will send a new query to the data source, so you will get the fresh data. And this will, in this case, you don't need to refresh your data set. So in case you want to see real near-time data in your report, it's an option instead of trying to figure out how to refresh your data set every 5 minutes, for example. So that's a general conclusion. To say again, if it is possible to use import, usually this is the best option for you. If you have reasons not to use import, like your data is too big or you want to see near real-time data, then go for direct query. Why I am saying this? Because what I will show you today in this session applies only for direct query mode. Dynamic mQuery parameters works only with direct query. So this is an important thing to know. You cannot use them with import mode. So from now, we will speak only about datasets and reports in direct query. Important thing to know is that the native queries, I will show you the difference in a minute, you cannot put anything in, use anything, any query with direct query as a native query, because Power BI will do something like this. It will put your query as a subquery, a derived table, it's called this type of query. It needs that because some transformations that will be applied later will be added here, like additional where clauses or joins or whatever. So it needs to transform your query into this form. And this means that in the query itself, you cannot use declare variable, something like that, exec stored procedures, and stuff like that. So I will show you in a moment how this works. And the other thing that it's important to know in this case, when we are sending native queries to the database, these are not queries that Power BI generates for you. It is something that the user sends, and it is, how to say, it can be modified during the lifetime of the report. That's why you will see some security warnings. We will show this later in the demos. But you have to know that first you can turn this off if necessary, if it's too annoying for you. And if the user doesn't have the knowledge to understand the queries that will be sent to the database, so it makes no sense to ask him to confirm that. But it will, how to say, it will confirm each query only once. So if you're re-executing the same query over and over again, you need to confirm that only once. But if we change the text of the query, then again we will have to confirm the new query after that. So let me briefly show how these things work. So for example, I have a SQL Server installed here locally on my computer. And from Management Studio, I will use extended events to capture the queries that are sent to the data source. So this screen will show us the queries that are executed against the SQL Server. Here I have a little cheat sheet because I have a lot of queries and I don't want to type them one by one. So I have a new report empty. I will get some data from the database. Again, the important choice here is import or direct query. As I said, the stuff that we will show today require to have direct query. So from the local server, I will query Adventure Works database. And here in Advanced, there is one thing that you can provide a native query to be sent to the database to fetch the data instead of selecting which tables you want and selecting them one by one. You can send directly queries. So as I said, these will be surrounded with brackets and executed as a subquery. So let's use this one. Okay, so it will connect to the server, fetch the data, and loads it. So let's see what happened here. Okay, it's loading the data. And here you can see that what Power BI did, sorry, like this. Power BI put our query inside these surroundings. So we are very limited in this regard what kind of queries we can send. So here, before the select, for example, if I say declare from date equals something, it will give you an error. So this is one thing important to know. You cannot freely send any kind of query in this case. So this is an important thing to know about the direct query mode. However, now we have the data selected here. And let's say that I want to show the distribution of my sales. So I will put the sales in my y-axis, and I will put count of sales. So I want to see how my data is, my sales are distributed, how many small sales I have, how many big hits I have. But as you can see, the distribution is very different. Each cell is unique, and this kind of graph is not very useful. So what we usually do in this case, we usually group the total, the sales amount into groups. So I will create a new group, and I will say that the size of the group is, let's say, 1,000. So this means all the sales between 0 and 1999 will fall into group 1. Then from 1,000 to 2,000 into a second group, and so on and so on. This will make the graph a little bit more usable. Okay. In this case, instead of showing the total due itself, I will put the binet value. And let's force it to refresh. Okay, so it's okay. It's maybe not 1,000. Let's make it 10,000 to make it more usable. Okay, now it's kind of more usable. So as you can see, we need to play with the size of the bins to get some meaningful visualization of our data. One thing is to do that in Power BI itself, but as you can see, depending on the data distribution, we may need to adjust the size of the bins. And as a report designer or report author, I can do that. But the end users, if they want to change the size of the bins, they maybe not have the skills, do not know how to do that. Usually they will expect some kind of a slicer in the page they can click. And even if the report is published online, it becomes even more harder to change the size of the bin if you're not seeing it in the Power BI desktop editor in the designer. So let's change that a little bit different. Let's do the binning in the query itself. So instead of selecting only the total due, we will also create the binning with SQL. So we will divide it by 10,000. It will give you an integer, so it will round it, this floor command. And when multiplied back by 1,000, we will have groups So the same thing, but doing that directly in the SQL. So let's go to our query here and change it. Okay. The data is reloaded, but now instead of the bins that I've created in the Power BI, I will use the data returned from the database itself, so this column. Okay, so as you can see, the data, the visualization is still the same, but now we are getting this data from the database. Okay, now can we do something to dynamically change the size of the bins in this case? Now I will show you what the normal parameters in Power BI are. So I will go to transform data and I will define a new parameter. Let's call it P bin size. This is the name of the parameter. I will say that this is a number and the current value is 10,000. Now, instead of hard coding the value of the bin size in the query itself, I can change the query and use the value of the parameter here. So in my cheat sheet, I can get it from here. This is the value of the parameter. I will convert it to text and will use this text in the text of my query. So each of these 10,000, I will replace it with the value that comes from the parameter itself. So the query is still the same, but instead of hard-coded, the value will come from the parameter. Okay, if I apply that, we should see the same data distribution. So the things are still the same. But now, can we do something to make this size dynamic? Let's say that I will not transform, but I want to enter a new table with some predefined size that I would like to use. Okay, so I have a new table with sizes. And one thing to show you. Now I have one data source, which is direct query. I have another data source. In this case, it's directly entered in my report. It's hard-coded, but I could fetch this from a different database, for example. I'm mixing data sources. And what Power BI is telling me that it is possible values from one data source to be used to construct queries which will be sent to the other data source, to the direct query. In this case, it's harmless because these are simply numbers. But for example, these can be credit card numbers or social security numbers that will be sent as parameters to the other query. And some monitoring tools, for example, they can capture the text of the queries that has been sent. There are people in another place that are administrators of the other data source that can see these values. So you must be aware that these values can be seen, found in the query text that is sent to another data source. So if you don't trust the administrators there, you should be aware of that. Okay, so for now, it's fine for us to send these queries. And I will put a slicer here. Put a slicer. And I will show the bin size as a slicer. But let's make it, say, I want a list. These are the values from my table. Okay, what can I do to link the value of the slicer with the value of the parameter that I already have? So currently my parameter has a value of 10,000. This is what we call dynamic mQuery parameters. We have the static parameter that we created, but if we go to this column, here in advanced section, I can say bind to this parameter. So Power BI will bind the column bin size from my dataset to the bin size parameter. Again, it warns me about sending the data, but look now. First time, it is 1,000, and it generates a query not with 10,000 but with 1,000. Let's run this query, and you can see the visualization change, the bin size changes. So 10,000 was the original value. Now you can see the graph that you are familiar with. And if we want to make it 5,000, okay, security risk. Not security risk, but confirmation for a native query. Now the value is 5,000. So basically we changed the text of the query dynamically without going through some menus and the requirements to have this in the designer. So we can do that even if we publish this report to Power BI service itself. So this allows us as report authors to let our users to change values without, how to say, without having the knowledge how to design and change a report, and even in cases where it's not even possible to change the report itself. So this is what we call dynamic mQuery parameters. So this is a normal mQuery parameter, which is bound to some column in our dataset. And in this case, when we put a slicer and the filter context changes, Power BI will update the value of our mQuery parameter and re-execute the query. That's why it works only in direct query mode, because in case of imported, then every time we will have to refresh the whole data set. And it's slow and in limited number of times. You know that with a normal free account, you can do that once a day. With a normal Power BI Pro license, you can do that 8 times, and so on. So you have a limited number of refreshes of data sets. So that's why you need to use direct query. And again, we just need a data source. But can we do that not with, let's say, can we generate it in some other way other than querying from the database? If we remove that table from our model, so again, without, no, I have a better example for this. Instead of the need to have this data somewhere in a table in our data source, for example, can we use a what if parameter to generate the values that we need? So, for example, what if parameters are better suitable if you want to generate sequential numbers. So I will change my example a little. I will use what if parameter to get a year from 2011 to 2014 to show the sales per month for that period, for the selected year. So here from modeling, I will create new parameter. Parameter is enough. So from 2011 to year 2014, increment 1, current value 2011. And this will also add a slicer. Here you can change the value of the year. And what if parameter will actually create a table with DAX that will generate the values and will give you a measure that will return the value which is selected currently in the slicer. Can we use that? Of course, in this case, we should go here in parameter. And this part is a little buggy yet. So, okay. Now it appears, but no, I cannot bind that. I have these problems with what if parameters. Just wanted to show it. Very often I cannot see the bind combo box in the advanced pane. So I have this as a ready example to show it, but just wanted to show that technically it is possible. But since I believe since this feature is quite new, there are some rough edges that they need to polish. But again, this is the same thing with the parameter. And in this report, the slicer is already bound. So if you have problems, maybe with the next version, you will see it will behave better. But this is a what if parameter bound. And now you can see that by changing the year, it also changed the query under the hood, which is sent to the database, and the data is different. So you can use that not only with data from the database, but technically with what if parameters, your own generated tables with DAX or whatever. So you're flexible in this regard. You can use that technique with different sources. And another important thing that we can achieve with this technique is that sorry, not SMS, I need Power BI. We can use functionality and features that Power BI doesn't support under the hood. For example, I will show you how we can use geography type in SQL Server. I have a link somewhere here. So this is a spatial type, not spatial like unique, but this geospatial types. Sorry, my English is not the best. So this is a type that stores geospatial data, and it has methods that you can call, for example, to return the data that is within some region, or to calculate the distance between two shapes that are stored in this type. So I will show you how this type is not natively supported in Power BI. So you cannot just bring it into your report and use this functionality. So I have a database called cities, and I will use this report. I will start a blank report from SQL Server. Again, from my local server, database cities, query, very important. And I will select all data from the table cities. Okay, so you can see there is a column, geo coordinates, which is not supported by Power BI. If we look at the table, cities, table cities, this column is from geography data type. So when we sent a native query, Power BI directly refused to load that. But if we get the data directly, so instead of using native query, we're using generated query for that, for city. Power BI will let me choose this column and load it in the report itself, so I can use it. Come on. But if I go open Power Query Editor and go and see this column, I want to show you something. So here it is somewhere around the end. So this is my geocoordinates column. And if you notice, it's a type text. So basically what Power BI did is to convert the geospatial data to some text representation and give me that. But I lost all the functionality of the geography data type, so I cannot use the ability to calculate a distance, for example. In this case, I can use the query itself and dig. So I will use this functionality within Power BI, but with parameters, and I will use the geospatial column in the data source itself. What I want, for example, is to calculate the distance. So I will show a report with the nearest cities around Plovdiv, which has more than 1,000 people lives there. And these are the location of Plovdiv in this case. So I will use this expression in a where clause to return the list of cities that are up to some distance from Plovdiv. Okay, so let's get this query, for example. Here I'm selecting all the columns except geocoordinates. I will use the unsupported type only in the where clause part. So go to the report itself. Delete that, I don't need it. And get data from SQL Server. So this will return the cities which are within 50 kilometers from Plovdiv in this case. Okay, we're back online. Please check, do we have a streaming? So we have a power outage here. Okay, please give us a minute for the... Да, може да си приказваме български, докато сме офлайн. Okay, so instead of the beamer, we are streaming. I hope, let me check this. Okay, yep. So we're back online. Sorry, there was some technical problems here at the venue, a short power outage, but the beamer, we need to wait for a moment. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know what has been captured in the stream and what's not, so I will step back for a moment. What I did is to add this query here, but not from here, but from here to show it better. So I'm using this functionality to return only the cities which are within 50 kilometers from the point that has been given, which is actually Plovdiv. So now if I put a map in my report, I will add latitude, longitude. Why? Because I'm not signed in. Sorry. Okay. Now, if I delete this one and add it again, I hope it will work. So latitude, okay, longitude, and I want to see the population. So that. Wrong type of map. Okay, so this is the result that I have. This is Plovdiv and all the cities which are within 50 kilometers from Plovdiv. Now we want to make that a little bit dynamic, so I will create a table which has some values. I have a table with single column distance from Plovdiv. Yes, potential security risk, of course. And let's put Osweiser here. Again, I prefer that to be list. And if I bind this parameter, this column to my, I have to define it first. Manage parameters, new parameters. Great. Distance. Number. And if I go to my query and change that, and now I have a parameter which is used, and the column now can be bound to the parameter itself. In this case, I can use this functionality and change the query under the hood, so we can use these unsupported features even without the need of Power BI to support it. So let me turn this off to show you how you can turn this warning. But if you go here to options and settings, options, in security, the first thing is native database queries. Require user approval for new native database queries. So native means that it's not generated by Power itself, but it's provided by me. And new means that second time it will not require any confirmation. So if I turn that off, now when I go to 500, it will not ask me to confirm the query again. So you can see that we can use this functionality in more advanced scenario to enable supporting things that are not supported. So we still have 15 more minutes. That's interesting thing to be used, but I would like to show you few more things, more advanced scenarios. One important thing to know when you work with direct query, there is a limitation of 1 million rows that are returned from the data source. So if your query returns more than 1 million rows, it may be a problem, and Power BI will simply gives you an error. And I have one thing which is database. Let's pretend that we have IoT values captured from some devices. I have a table with 3 million rows data from 3 devices. Let's say that these are some sensors in 3 different rooms of my home. And each of these sensors has 1 million values stored. And let me show you the table until the report loads. So I have a table sensors, which is just the name of the sensor. And I have table readings, which is saying which sensor, when, what was the value that has been read. Nothing special, just millions of rows, however. And if we see this report, actually, I should show it first. If we see the values that are reading, it is a pure, simple sine wave during the time. But with multiple values, so many values, 1 million value for each of the sensors. And if we are working with more than one, of course, at some point in time, we will have to return more than 1 million. And this is a problem. So this is something I want to show. So here you can see, look at the scroller, the horizontal scroller here. If I go to the right, Power BI will fetch more data. Here, do you see? So it fetch only part of the data that is needed to visualize the data. And if I want to show data for a longer period of time, at some point, we'll get an error. Anyway, so one thing that I want to do. Okay, now we'll get an error. Eventually, it is slow because a lot of data, but can display this visual. See the details. The result of a query returned more than 1 million rows. So when you work with such a huge amount of data and you're in direct query mode, you have to be always careful. Because what I want, for example, to show is I want to see a list of sensors and the latest value that has been captured up to some period of time. So to show that do that in a normal DAX way, I'm creating a measure which will show that. Take top 1 where the data is within some range. And when the data is still small, okay, it gets something. But if we start to working with bigger data, you can see it's loading. First, it is slow, and second, it crashes at the end. So what we can do in this case, we as report authors and database designers usually have better idea than Power BI how to generate efficient queries that will return the data. So instead of writing DAX measures, I can use a normal query for that. Where it is anyway. So I will show you later about the efficiency. But in this case, I will simply fetch the data using a query. Editor. So here is my query. I'm selecting top one from readings where the data time is some value. And I have a parameter, which is date. So instead of fetching millions of rows of data from the database itself will return, in this case, only 3 records. So I don't have this problem with the limitation of 1 million records. And if I close and apply, here are my dates that I have in the database, and I've put some values at 1 minute after midnight, 2 minutes after midnight, and so on. So when I change the value, here, take a look, yeah. When I change them, the readings also change the values. And in this case, I'm sure that I will never reach the limit of 1 million rows. And another important thing, which is a consequence of that, is that, for example, in which query was, let me see. Yeah, so to show you what Power BI generates as a query. It's not nice, right? In this case, this is another example, another query. Instead of that, I can use way more straightforward queries like this. So if I execute this query, it's way more efficient and fast than the query that Power BI generates. This is what I wanted to show, that Power BI, how to say, is not able to generate the query which is as efficient as you can manually fine-tune and create by yourself. That's why I'm saying that your data source will love this functionality, because you are able to fine-tune a query and send very efficient queries to your database. And the last thing that I want to show, so far all the things was, how to say, a single value that has been sent. However, we may need to send multiple values to the database. Let's say we want to show data which is in list. So it's not a single value in this case. Then this is some advanced scenario that will require you to some M knowledge or Power Query. But in this case, the value of the parameter that we will use will actually be a list of values. And indeed, we need to do some checks in our code. So let me show you how it works. I have a parameter which is called category. And we want to show the sales from one or more categories from the AdventureWorks database. First thing that we have to do is to check, is the value of P category of type list? And in case it is, we will create a comma-separated list of values, and we use this string in our query. So we will send in something instead of equal some value. If it is not, I will simply use one value with quotes, single quotes. If it is a list, then I will do this. So let's see the line that is commented here because it's simple. So for each value, underscore means the current value. It will execute this code for each of the values of the list. So the underscore is the current value, and it will append single quote in front and after the value. But this is not correct because if our value contains quotes, it will generate invalid query. So we'll have to do something a little bit more advanced. First, we'll replace each of the quote in the value with two quotes. So we'll escape them. And then we will append in front and after the value one more single quote. And this will generate a comma-separated list. Okay, this is the second line. Combine these values, which are quoted values, with a comma. And this will be used after that in my query. Here somewhere at the end, okay, where category name is within this list of values, one or multiple values. This is how we can use this functionality to send multiple values to our database. And let me show you how we can do that. I have a slicer here, but as you can see, I've enabled multi-select in this case. You can do that if you go to that. We have this toggle, multi-select yes. And in a moment, I will show you about select all. But you can see these toggles here. So when we are binding value, we can say also, shall we want to enable multi-select, or we will send only one value. So here, each category is represented in a different color in our bar chart. So if I say bikes, in a second, okay, I see the data for bikes. If I want to show more, I simply select more values. And it is generating query, which is using multiple values from a single parameter. So this technique can be used. You just need to check the type of the parameter, of the value, which is in the parameter. And if it is type, to use this workaround and create the comma-separated list of values. And the last thing for today is the select all functionality. So until the report loads, say, when we enable select all, here in the list of values, we will see one more thing, select all. But if we click select all, it will not send all the values to the parameter. It will send one single value, which we can define here in the binding. So let it load. And now wait. Okay, I will show it until it loads, but here, in advanced, let me see. It still didn't load it, but you can see that select all is an option. I will show it in the previous example until it loads. But here there is one value that we can change. If I enable select all option, working on it, okay. I can type something here that is unique. I don't have such a value in the database. So instead of one long list of all possible values, because this list would be very long, thousands of values, and it will generate a very long query, and we can even reach some limit. It's not impossible. Instead of that, it will send one single value, which is this one. So you have to make sure that you don't have this value in your data. And if it is already duplicated, just provide some unique value here. And after that, in our report, we need to check for that value. If the value of the parameter is the value that we provided in the select all, we need to change our query. So in this case, our code is a little more complex. This is the same code that we saw before. We're generating the comma-separated list of values. But I'm also doing that select all categories. I'm checking is the value the one that I've set at the top. And the query has to be modified a little. So in this case, we're saying is the value in the list of values that has been selected, or we've set select all. In this case, I'm using an integer. So in case I'm finding the value that is select all, I'm setting some value to 1. Otherwise, it is 0. So in this case of select all, the query will be C category name in select all, which will return nothing, or 1 equals 1, which will return everything. So this is the technique that you can use to select all values. But here it is. I'm seeing one value, another value. Wait. Is it working? Let me refresh. A little bit slow today, but Power BI also thinks it's day off. But fortunately, that's the last thing that I want to show. Okay, you saw the idea. The idea is that if I click select all the values will be selected, but they will not be sent as values of the parameter. We will see there only the select all value. And we need to modify our query to fetch the data accordingly. Let me see, are there any interesting things in my slides? I just give you some data, what's the supported data source. Until the mid-May or something, only the M-based data sources has been supported, which means that you can use these dynamic query parameters only with Azure Data Explorer, Databricks, stuff like that. But since last month, we can use that also with SQL Server, Azure SQL databases, or some other popular data sources like Oracle. So this makes these dynamic query parameters very useful in our day-to-day life. So here is an example of a query that Power BI generates for us. So in this case, we can use Power BI dynamic query parameters to fine-tune our queries. The demos briefly show you the logic, how Power BI constructs these native queries. And I also wanted to show you how we can execute storage procedures, but it will be available only as a download because we don't have much time to do that. But the idea is that you can use linked servers, so to link the server to yourself and execute the query dynamically through this loopback. But please don't do that. In general, if you want to use logic outside of Power BI, like in stored procedure, because want to, how to say, share this code with something else, or just because this is the way you used to do queries, at least try to use table values UDFs. In this case, you still can use select from the UDF, and this can construct valid direct table subquery. Here is how to handle multi-select, the basic steps, and here what you have to do to enable the usage of select all functionality. Last few words from me. Again, thank you to our sponsors for helping us to make this event. Do you have any questions for me? Yes, please.
What is the difference between the filters? For example, if we just put filters, let's say for the year, and for the filter which you apply as a parameter for look, the results will be the same because, like with the binding, I know that you're sending a parameter to the native query, and then you're making a call to the server, and then you're getting the result on the visual. But let's say I just put, I'm not interested in parameters, I just put some filters. Let's say I put the slicer and I put the year, will results do the same?
Okay, so the question was, what's the difference between using the standard filter functionality of Power BI versus the Power BI dynamic and query parameters? So with filters, first, Power BI will generate the query for you. So you still keep seeing these ugly queries. So technically, in the most simple scenario, you will get the same queries. But using parameters, you can fine-tune your queries. So you, instead of Power BI generating these queries for you, which will be the ugly thing, you have the chance to fine-tune and provide your own query in this case. And with filters, there are some limitations. So parameters, you can put parameter everywhere. Filter, you can put the parameter only in the where clause. But one of the first demos that I showed you, for example, the changing the size of the bins, you cannot do that with filters. So with parameters, you have more flexibility that is not available with the standard functionality. But of course, in some of the cases, you can also use the standard functionality like filters. Is this answering your question?
Yeah, kind of, because
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, in case you come up with a question later, I will be around. Please stop by and ask me. Thank you again, and thank to our sponsors.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Ndava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Not all
stick around because we truly love the company that much that, you know, we're never, you know, tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to, you know, a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
Нали? Цък и да се включим и за хората в залата. Най-накрая. Супер. Ами да започваме. Благодаря на всички за търпението. Имахме мъничък технически проблем, който успяхме да разрешим с малко помощ от организаторите. Готови сме да започваме. Презентацията ще е на английски, so I am switching to English now. welcome to this talk. It's called Serverless SQL Pool in Azure Synapse Analytics, and I am Vladislav Gankov. I'll start by sharing a couple of words about me. I am this guy. I work in a company called The Datis. I'm sure you've seen our company intro in the beginning. If you haven't, feel free to drop by our stand. I'll be excited to talk about us. What I do in The Datis is a senior data analytics consultant, to which I'm sure you're going to say, no, really, what do you do in The Datis? What does senior consultant mean? During working hours, you're going to find me doing one of these four things in no particular order, maybe. But in general, I am trying to make sense of data. I'm helping our clients make sense of their data. And one of the tools that I have been using quite a lot in the past couple of years, a little before it went live and during the entire time it's been live, it's Synapse Analytics, which is the first part of our session. I'm going to cover what Synapse Analytics is in general, very broadly. It's quite a big topic. We can spend hours and days talking about Synapse, but I'll do a quick overview of what it is so that we're on the same page. And then I'm going to zoom in or dive in a particular part of Synapse Analytics, which is the serverless SQL pools. Very exciting technology. Very neat to use as well. And then specifically about serverless SQL pools, I'm going to practically show you. So first part of the session, this part, what is Synapse? It's going to be lots of slides and diagrams. And then for all the rest of the session, we are going to go into the Azure portal and we're going to play with Synapse ourselves. I'm not sure how, but I'll find a way to share the presentation and the code shown during the session. I will be connecting to public data sources, which are accessible from everybody with a Synapse account. So feel free to take the code and play with the system yourself. The meat of the session is going to be how to query various file types. I'm going to briefly go over how we can transform and store data with serverless SQL pool. Yeah, it does that too. And finally, how to create a logical data warehouse on top of your data lake. It's, yeah, I love this piece of functionality of Synapse Serverless. So I'm going to demo that as well. And finally, we're going to have the remainder of the time for questions and answers. But in case we don't have time or you don't feel comfortable asking your questions in front of the entire room, find me outside. I am at the data stand. Drop by and chat me up. So, what is Synapse Analytics? If you go in the Microsoft documentation, oh, this messed up. The resolution messed this up. Well, it's a unified cloud analytics service. That's what it says there. And I really like unpacking this bit word by word. So let's start, not in order. Let's start with analytics. Why is it an analytics service? It's because it broadly covers all the analytics use cases that you might have. It's good for transforming data. You can use it to extract, transform and load data. You can use it to analyze data. You can create a physical data warehouse in it. You can create a logical data house on top of your lake. You can deeply integrate it with other Microsoft tools like Power BI or Azure Purview and use those to gain insights into your data. This is also why it's a unified service, because you have all of this in one single place in Azure. So you deploy the service, and you've got all of these capabilities in one place, and you can use them from the same interface. Why is it a cloud service? Well, because it's in the cloud, right? It's Azure Synapse. All of this is running in Azure. And of course, it's a service because Microsoft are managing what some people find to be the boring bits, like servers and connectivity and all of these things. You don't need to worry for them. It's a platform as a service thing. So you spin it up, you go there, and you start wrangling your data. And this shows all the capabilities of the tool. So you can ingest your data from various sources, be that on-premise data, cloud sources, software as a service, whatever. You can use one of the different analytics runtimes to process and transform, analyze your data. There's a few of these. So we've got Apache Spark for the fans of Spark. We've got Data Explorer, which is Microsoft's new thing for analyzing IoT, telemetry, logs. It's got a unique way of indexing things, and it's very fast. Today, we're going to focus specifically on the SQL, on the Synapse SQL. I am very briefly going to talk about dedicated SQL, just so that I can better contrast it with serverless SQL and show you how it's different to what people are traditionally used to working with. But as I said, the session is about Synapse serverless. So that's what we'll spend most of the time discussing. And this is for when you download the presentation. So, serverless SQL pool architecture. So, when you deploy an Azure Synapse Analytics, when you deploy the resource in Azure, you get a serverless SQL pool built in Synapse. It's part of it. It's there. It's ready for you to use it. How can you use it? How can we use it? You're going to ask me. Well, first of all, you're going to need to connect it to some Azure storage. First limitation of the tool, you're going to connect it to Azure storage. So that's one thing. And then you can use the serverless SQL pool to query that storage. The way it's done is, so you can think of a serverless SQL pool as a query service. You connect it to your storage, you submit queries to it, and it handles everything in between you submitting the query and you getting the result. You don't need to manage servers, you don't need to spin up databases, you don't need to load the data anywhere. You connect it to the storage, you submit the query, and a few seconds later, hopefully, you get the reply or you get the output of your query. This saves a lot of time when you're doing exploratory data analysis. It's one of the key use cases for the tool. You just spin it up, connect it, bam, you can now query everything in the Azure storage. This also, by the way, opens the door for a very interesting pricing model that Microsoft has for the serverless SQL pools. Usually, and of course, as in this case, we have compute, right? I mean, our queries are executing on something. There's gotta be a computer somewhere which is processing the data. In normal, or not normal, in classic environments, let's say, you pay for the amount of time the server is up based on its capacity. Or if you're a very old school guy, you bring out the big wad of cash and you buy a physical server, haul it off in a data center. Here, you pay per query. And more specifically, you pay for the amount of data processed. So the amount of data that is read from the Azure storage, a little bit of overhead when the data is being moved inside serverless itself, and the output of your query collectively determine the amount of data processed. And then you have to pay per terabyte. In reality, the lowest granular unit that you can pay for is 10 megabytes. And the thing is, this is really cheap. At the moment, I spent up the Synapse workspace for this demo. It cost €3 per processed terabyte, which yeah, it's quite low. And this is the good thing, it scales automatically. I mean, that's the whole point of it being serverless, right? You don't need to worry about this. So if your query hits some small data set, in the backend, it's going to run on lower amount of servers, less powerful servers, and you're going to get your output. But if you need to query something really big, like hundreds of gigabytes or terabytes, the service is going to scale up. It's going to query them using very big hardware in the back, and it's going to give you the reply. For the demo today, I will be using everybody's favorite, the New York Taxi dataset. Yeah, well, it's free and it's available in the Microsoft Cloud, so it's really easy to connect to it. It's, I think it's 50 gigabytes in total, so not very big, but still it's enough to show the tool's capabilities. So going back to the slide, which has been hanging there for a while. So what happens when you run a query in the service? You submit your query, or an application or whatever, something submits a query to the service. That query goes to the control node, which is kind of the brain of Synapse Serverless. This is very similar to Synapse Dedicated, by the way, where you also have a control node. The thing is, here on the control node, you have a piece of software called the Distributed Query Processing Engine, which splits your query into smaller queries. It selects which query is going to use which files from the Azure storage, and then distributes the smaller queries among the compute nodes that it can access. So if you have a small query and it's going to hit a small amount of data, you have less queries, and it goes to less powerful compute nodes. If you have a very big query, it's going to hit the big nodes, and they're going to connect to the storage and process it quickly. And then, yeah, the compute nodes read the data from the storage, run your query, the results are aggregated, and the control node returns the results to your application or user or front end, whatever it is you're using. Actually, this is one of the neatest parts about the serverless SQL pool, because by default, as I said, when you deploy a Synapse workspace, you get a serverless pool already there, ready for work. The other thing you get out of the box is a SQL endpoint. So any application that can connect using, JDBC, I think, any application that can connect through that to a database can connect to Synapse Serverless. And then your Synapse Serverless can be connected to the data in your data lake, which is, it provides a very convenient way for applications to hit the data lake. It's very easy to use. It's also very convenient. It's very convenient for users which are not Spark savvy, right? You have the data analysts of the world, you have data engineers who are not familiar with Spark or are not comfortable working in a Spark environment. You connect Synapse Serverless to the lake, give them the SQL endpoint, create some metadata objects in the serverless database, and they can now use their familiar syntax, and they can feel at home while in reality their queries are hitting the lake. This has also been very, very useful. And of course, the application at the front end, which is hitting the SQL endpoint and then going to the lake, can be Power BI. So now you can connect through here to all the weird stuff you have in your lake that probably Power BI can't normally connect to. Some principles that apply to Synapse SQL. This applies to Synapse SQL in general, but also to serverless in particular. The compute is separate from the storage. So your storage is usually Azure, Azure Blob or Azure Data Lake. It can scale independently from the amount of compute you have processing your queries. The key difference is in dedicated SQL pools, you manage the compute and you're supposed to manage how big your servers are, whereas in serverless, you don't. Scale-out architecture, I went over the differences and the pricing. Cool. Yay. The best part is about to start. So a couple of words about what I'm going to cover during the demo. So managing expectations. I'm going to cover the setup of the demo. We have to create a few objects to be able to query our data sources. I mean, sure, you get the serverless pool out of the box, but you need to connect it to your storage. You need to define the formats that the serverless pool is going to read. While I will be using publicly available data sets, usually in your work, you're going to be working with your own data sets, right? So you need to authenticate, you need to authorize Synapse Serverless. I'm going to briefly cover that, but it's not going to be the core part of the demo. So I'll cover the authentication and authorization options, but most of them are managed not through Synapse Serverless, they're managed at your storage. Then I'm going to cover how can we query CSV files, how can we query Parquet and Delta. Yes, it can query Delta, which is very neat. And yeah, you can have a Delta Lake, and with Synapse Serverless on top of it, you can provide a SQL endpoint over your Delta, which is very neat. I'm going to cover how we can query JSONs, how can we transform data and store results, and finally creating a logical data warehouse. Как сме с времето, не видях в колко часа започвам. Добре. Разлогнало ли си ме? Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Okay, cool. Just to check for time, I have a lot of the demo, so I usually... Okay. I have more stuff in the demo than time, so I need to be aware of time. Да видим. Другия вариант е да е шерно монитора, да е шерно по друг начин. Да видим. Един дупликейт, ако му дам. Yeah, okay, nice. Yeah, cool. Cool. Okay, so for those that are not familiar with Synapse, this is the Synapse Studio. This is the web interface through which you manage the entire workspace. There are a lot of things going on in here. We can spend probably a couple of sessions like this talking just about the studio. So I will only show the bits and pieces which relate to serverless SQL pools. and then I'll move on to the demo. So number one, data. Here you can see your serverless SQL pool. I have a database in it right now, which is called demo, very original. And we have the different types of objects that you can create in Synapse Serverless. You're gonna notice that we are missing tables here. This is because Synapse Serverless, as we discussed, is a serverless platform, so you cannot create physical objects like tables. Tables are backed up by some storage, right? You have physically the data somewhere. You don't have that in Synapse Serverless. You can create external tables, which we're going to cover during the session, and a couple of other database objects that I'm sure you're all familiar with, like views, schemas, and all the neat security features that you have in SQL. The other relevant part is the develop screen, which is where we're going to have the demo. This is where I have stored the queries. And the other interesting part is the ability to monitor all the SQL requests which have been executed in your serverless pool, along with the duration it took for the pool to process your query and the amount of data processed. So you can monitor all of this through this interface. It's even showing the queries that are being executed. Another neat piece of functionality they added is the availability to put budgets on top of your serverless SQL pool. So you don't get somebody who does select star on a 50 terabyte data lake, right? You don't want that. Actually, maybe you do want that, but you need to be prepared to foot the bill. So setup, I will zoom in a second. Not this much, hopefully. A little bit more. That's not the real password for the key, so I'm not afraid of sharing it. So the first thing that we're going to cover, as I said, is the setup, authentication options authentication options. We've got a few of these. Number one, shared access signature. You just create the credential, put the identity and the secret. This is a public data set, so the secret is public, which is why you can see it here. The other option is using a service principal. Again, this one is a public one, so I'm not afraid of sharing it. In order to use this, you need to create a master key in the serverless database. Otherwise, you're going to get a very unhelpful error message. And this bit is not mentioned in all the documentation, so beware. And finally, the easiest option is to use the space managed identity, as is the case with a lot of things in Azure. When you deploy a Synapse workspace, it automatically creates a managed identity for it in Azure Active Directory, so you can use that. And
If I were to use the shared access signature or the service principal, can I put the shared access signature respectively or the service principal secret in the keyboard? Or because now you show directly put the secret in the keyboard and I read it. So I say here.
Not sure. I don't think so. I will check it afterwards, but
I don't think so.
Very high certainty that you cannot put it in a key vault. For the integration bit, which is pipelines, you can link a key vault and get the secrets from there. But for serverless, it's old school SQL.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, and there is a fourth option, which is probably the one you're going to use the most, especially if you're handing out access to users. AD credential pass-through. You log in the Synapse workspace or through, let's say, SSMS through the SQL endpoint. You log in with your Azure Active Directory account. Boom, whatever provisions that account has over the storage, that's what you get. Which is why I said that most of the security is more easily set up on the storage rather than in Synapse, although it does have a lot of cool capabilities for security as well. I hope we have time so I can show you some stuff. Then you need to point the Synapse serverless at your storage, right? We've covered how we're going to authenticate. What are we going to authenticate against? Well, for the purposes of the demo, I have this blob, which is, again, as I said, publicly accessible. We have a data lake storage. This is the only bit which is running in my environment for the reason that you cannot deploy a Synapse workspace without a data lake. So there you go, we got one. And I have a Delta Lake running elsewhere. Then, the last piece of the puzzle. This is not mandatory in many cases, especially if you're using, as I'm going to show in a second, the open role set function. You can query Synapse without predefining the format, and you can kind of let it manage itself on its own. Which if you're querying something like Parquet, for example, or Delta, it works very well. If you're querying CSVs, there is a parser, there is a second version of that parser, which will automatically parse the CSVs for you and infer the schema. How do I put it? In my personal experience, if you are doing ad hoc analysis or you need to check something really quickly, by all means, use the parser. Don't bother predefining the format. If you're going to be running a system using Synapse serverless, spend the time, define your format, define your schema, and do it this way. Oh yeah, and when I said that we're going to be querying CSVs, I really meant that we're going to be querying CSVs during the demo. The actual support in Synapse is for any kind of delimited text, and you have full control over field terminators, row separators, string delimiters, escape characters, you name it, it's got it. Then, as I said, Parquet and Delta are rather easy to define and read. So, let's look at the real query finally. In this case, I'm going to be using open role set. I am pointing it at this path. So the path is demo and everything underneath it. My data source is the data lake. The format is CSV. I'm using the fancy new parser. And the first row of the CSV is the second one because it's got a header. Okay, did it successfully, and it's returning, no, this is a very simple CSV, it's only a couple of columns. We've got an output, right? We connected to the data lake and we're querying it already. Let me create this view really quickly. Okay, I already have it, that's why we have errors, nice. Probably same, yeah, okay. So, second part of the demo is going to be querying CSVs. Good. First part is pretty much the same query as before. I'm just going to get the top 100 rows from this path on this data source. Now, the interesting part here is that we can use wildcards in the file path. So you can, you don't need to point it at one single CSV, right? You can point it at the folder and tell it, oh, give me all the CSVs. Or, as I have done here, never mind. Let's show the interesting bit. Oh yeah, because I don't have the schema. So in this case, another limitation, we have a bit of schema drift between the CSVs in this folder. So out of the box, it's having some difficulties with schema drift. This is not always the case, but in this particular case, the differences are so big that the parser can't handle it. So as the second query in this data, I have gone through the trouble of copying the schema from the internet. And now, I need to zoom out for a second. Now we get the output. And if we look at the right, I'm going to zoom in. Final column, we can now see some of the cool stuff that Synapse Serverless can do. Let me zoom in the query for a second. So top 100 star, I'm sure you get this part. File path, what is Synapse Serverless? By default, when you're reading data from the data lake or storage, whatever, you're reading data from files ultimately, right? You've got some files which are sitting in the storage. It's also reading bits of metadata from the files as it's reading them. So by using this function, I can get the, so now I know that this particular row that it's returning me is coming from this file specifically. And this is very powerful, and we can use it in various ways I'm going to show right now. First of all, let me zoom in again. Remember the thing with the wildcards I did? Instead of just doing star CSV here, which would have returned the same output, I did the thing with the two wildcard characters in particular parts of the path. Well, the file path function, if you pass it an argument, will actually go and get those parts of the file path or the folder path. So what we can do when we execute this query, oh no, it's the new one. If I delete all the characters I put there by accident, we get this very cool thing where it has part substituted the wildcard characters for the values in the file path. So if you have a partitioned data lake and you're using year, month, day, hour, minute, whatever, if you're using a partitioning scheme, you can use the file path function to target certain parts of your, certain partitions of your data. And you can actually use this in the where clause as well. So what you can do, especially if you're giving access to other people to your data, you can create a view. You can use these functions to define the parts of the file paths as something meaningful for you, right? Year, month, day, whatever. Oh, this is difficult with the Zoom. So you can create a view on top of it. And then your unaware analysts can run queries like this one. And in reality, what serverless is going to do is going to go in your data lake. It's going to look for files that match specifically that pattern, and it's only going to read those. So this is very powerful and very cool. And it allows you to save money when you're querying your lake, right? You can partition it, and you should partition it. And then you can surgically target only the data you're interested in with your queries. And boom, output. We only have records from August 2016. Time. Okay, I'm going to skip this part and go to Parquet. Now, you can use these functions everywhere throughout the SQL queries that you're writing. In this case, I'm going to be querying a Parquet dataset. As you can see, it's partitioned, so my wildcards are on the year, month, and then all the Parquets in this dataset. I can group by the file path functions and order by them. So in this case, I'm going to get, boom. So what Synapse Serverless just did is it read the Parquets from the different partitions, and it counted the rows in all the files that match the pattern. So in this case, we know that we've got, what is this, 10 million and some rows in July 2016. The neat thing about Parquet specifically is that being a columnar storage format, when you query Parquet files using serverless, if you're only targeting particular columns, it is going to only read the data from those columns instead of the entire Parquet file. So I've got this thing here where I'm going to count all the rows in the yellow taxi dataset when they're formatted as CSVs. And then I'm going to run the same count from the Parquet, the same dataset, but formatted in Parquet. It's reading about 50 gigabytes in the update. Is 40 seconds, not too bad. We've got 229 million rows. Now, if I run the same query on top of the Parquet dataset, I'm going to get the same number, 229 million. Oh, sorry, forgot to zoom. If I go to the Monitor tab and check the most recently issued queries, we're going to see, right? Select count from Parquet, select count from CSV. One query took 40 seconds, the other took 1 second. One query processed, where is it? Zoom out, scroll right, zoom in. 20 gigabytes versus 10 megabytes. Moral of the story, use Parquet. Then JSONs. I don't think I have time for this one, so I will just quickly mention that you have the capability to query JSONs using serverless. It works out of the box without providing the schema. If you have a very complex JSON structure, or if you want to run something on a schedule, like develop a proper system using Synapse Serverless, again, define the schema. You have a few ways to do it. You can use the cross-apply, open JSON, and define the JSON structure, or you can use open row set. It's got a very neat, if you have arrays, you can members of the arrays, you can go down in nested data types. So all of the capabilities to unpack a JSON and wrangle it, you've got them here. Then the really cool stuff. How can we transform data and store the output of queries? First of all, let me introduce you to the some of you, the concept of an external table. So I have just created a metadata object. It feels like a table, it looks like a table, but it is not a table on a server somewhere. It's just metadata, which is defining the structure of the files that we have in this location. Then analysts or whoever it is can query table, and again, it feels like a SQL table. You just put it in the from clause or join or whatever, and it will return output. So looks like a table, feels like a table. There are a couple of key differences, however. Number one, if I drop the table, if you're coming from a traditional SQL background, you would expect that I just deleted all of this data and I lost it forever and it's gone. And if I need it, I'm going to have to restore it or get it from elsewhere. That's not the case with external tables. I just dropped the little metadata object in the serverless database, which defines these files, but the files are still there. I can go ahead and run the exact same create table statement, and I can select again, and the data is still there. Now, there is a similar statement, which is, it starts again with create external table, but it's create external table with select, sorry, it's CTAS. They call it create external table as select CTAS. So what this thing does, what this statement does is, it will take the output of the select statement that you've put here, and it will store it at this location with the schema you provided. So in this case, I'm going to store as Parquet in here the output of this select statement. So I'm going to go in this other Azure storage where I have access. I'm going to select some data and I will physically shuffle it around and copy it in my data lake. Is it done? It's done. Nice. So boom, I just moved 9 million rows in a few seconds. This is neat because it, as I said, serverless scales up. So if you need to move a huge amount of data, it can do that for you. You can use it to drive transformations in your data lake using SQL instead of Spark. So if you're not familiar with Spark, or your data engineers, the people in your team, if they're not familiar with Spark, you can use this to drive the transformations in the data lake and skip Spark entirely and use SQL to drive the transformations. It's got some limitations still. For example, let me go back. I cannot go and do this. You cannot create a second external table with the same name. It doesn't automatically pick up updates, so you can't update things with it. You can just create new things. and if it's over delta, it doesn't pick up the changes, so cannot update delta tables with it. There are requests for this on the Microsoft feedback website, so feel free to drop by and upvote those. It's the most requested features for a reason. Как сме с времето? Super, 10 minutes. 10 minutes, okay, that's gonna be enough. So this is how we can transform and store data. The statement is ctask create external table as select. It will select the data and it will store it wherever you tell it to. And the transformation is driven by the select statement, right? And you can use the full select surface. So if there is one thing in Synapse SQL which is as powerful as it is elsewhere in the Microsoft world, it's the select statement. And finally, creating a logical data warehouse on top of your lake. Well, I have actually covered all of this during the session so far. The way you do it is by creating those familiar SQL objects. You can create schemas and then you can secure those schemas separately, right? So you can have I don't know, one schema for your raw data, one schema for your base data, one schema for your curated data, and then you can use the familiar SQL grant and deny statements to control access. We've got roles and users in exactly the same way as elsewhere in the SQL ecosystem. So you can create a role, you can fine-tune your permissions as you need them for that particular role, and then you can create users backed up by your Active Directory groups and add those to the role. So it's got the full security surface that you would expect in a SQL database, but in this case you're securing the objects in Synapse Serverless. This means that the users won't be able to query the objects. If I have access to the underlying data, so even if I was to deny myself select right now on the external table, if I have storage blob data contributor on the blob, I can still access it, right? I'm getting my access through another way. So that's one key gotcha to have in mind. And then the rest is external tables and views. And actually, I highly advise people to create views where possible, because views use the open role set function, which means that they are very dynamic by nature. If there is an update going on right now in the Delta, it's going to pick it up and it's going to return the latest data set. You can use the file paths in the views, and you can create views which are only targeting the latest partitions of your data. If your analysts are going to be only querying the last year, you don't really need to unlock the door and give them access to the full historical data set, right? What else? There is one cool thing I said. If things are updated, you're going to get the latest data set. Well, what happens if a file is updated while you read it? Well, one of two things. You're either going to get the version of the file before it's updated, which is the default behavior, or I think I showed it earlier,
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work process is getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department springtime. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how e-scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Endavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries, speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Endavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. Such a strong contingent have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space. To get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight, that makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datus because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become. Whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams, because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Endavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance, and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better.
Okay, I'll proceed in English because of the live stream. My topic today is big data tools for small data. I mean, we are anyway a bit past beyond the big data hype and things now. When someone says data, by default, we usually understand that data would be big, so big data and data is kind of correlative. But okay, so a little bit about myself. My name is Pedrov, and for some reason my closest friends call me Pedrov. I'm programming since about 30 years. When I was at school, we had those private computers, and I have been doing. I've been programming in the last 30 years, but the last 15 years it has been my main activity, what I do for living. My biggest experience has been as a Java developer. Before that, I was a code developer. Also some Python, and in the last 4 years, I have concentrated in big data, most notably in Hadoop ecosystem. But since I joined Endava, I have more focus on the cloud technologies. That includes Azure, of course. And as I did something, sorry. Okay. As on the introduction, on the opening, Michiel mentioned that we'll say a few words about Endava during the presentation because this is how I understood we should prepare it. So Endava is a service company that delivers software development to clients. We are 11,000 strong in the whole world, present in like 25 countries with 55 locations, with development centers concentrated in Central Europe and Latin America. The LATAM mainly services the American clients, and the Central European locations service Western European projects. To put it like this. As for our Bulgarian presence, we are now more than 400, even though my t-shirt says 300. This is for a few months before when we hit the 300 mark. And we have offices not only in Sofia, but in other cities, Plovdiv included. And our data discipline is a bit more than 360 people throughout the world. We have successfully delivered more than 260 purely data projects, and we are present on, the data team is present on 4 continents and more than 30 locations. Maybe something about the culture in Endava. Everyone wants to show pictures of happy people on team buildings, but I can share one experience that is not really the traditional one when you talk about culture. But I was really culturally shocked when I started in Endava, because every conversation that I had with someone ended with "thank you." It's very small and simple thing, but even when I was wasting someone's time for asking to do something, it would end with thank you, and I was wondering why do they thank me? But this is something that I see in the culture of the company, that this openness is so welcome that even when you waste someone's time, you get rewarded for that. And to be honest, it's contagious. I also started using the word thank you much more than before. But that's about my company. A little bit about the agenda that I want to present on this topic. First, I have this boring stuff. What is big data? I mean, I think that we have to, before I proceed with my last point, I need to make some context on what is it about. Then I'm going to share my experience on how big data is handled, and also some pitfalls and some history that we have seen, and I personally have seen during the years when I've been involved with data. Then the moment when the data lakes became data swamps. It's quite interesting. I am going to share again my opinion about why this happened. Then what comes beyond, or how do we proceed nowadays? And then I'm going to show like a bunch of tools that are considered big data, but in my opinion can be small data as well. Okay, so when the term big data was coined, initially there were 4 V's. Out of them, only 3 remains. The big data is characterized usually with big volumes, unseen until before that. And typically, it's big data when a traditional relational database cannot handle it. That's what you would expect. Then the other V is velocity. The data now especially in some areas where you have much sensor data, where you have a lot of user behavior that you want to record, data comes in a very fast speed and in big volumes. That's why this velocity comes from. And with this immense speed, there need to be a different way to process it more efficiently and more productively, and to be able to process it in due time. And then we have the variety, the third V. Data is, until 20 years ago, the data was considered like relational database was did data, but with the emergence of internet, more connectivity, people started sharing information, data, whatever they want in very different ways. We now have images, audio, video. We have semi-structured data like XML, JSON, all these kinds of data that needs to be as well stored somewhere. And relational database is not the best place to store many of those types of data. So whenever we have big variety of this data, of data types, we say it's big data. And usually all 3 come together. Okay, so a little bit of history. This is a very simplified picture on how we still are handling data tasks whenever this architecture is fit, but this was the traditional data warehouse that was the main way to go when we want to have analytics over the data that we have. So out of the operational databases, we make ETLs. We gather everything in the data warehouse. We have schema on write, so we do have like model that we have to abide at the point of writing, and then we make other ETL processes. We create data marts for the usage by the business, by departments, or for whatever purpose, usually reporting. And the problem that came when we have unstructured data is that we cannot really we cannot store it here. And then there is there was one innovation that happened thanks to Google and the Apache community and Yahoo and some other companies. There was a distributed platform that emerged with a certain elephant, but not this one. This is Nelly the elephant. It was Hadoop and MapReduce that made game changer especially for the big enterprises, because Hadoop provided companies with a way to have a cheap storage and make like a supercomputer out of second-hand hardware, because of the unlimited scalability of the HDFS virtual file system and the MapReduce jobs that were running on top of it, where you could unlimited, without any limit, scale some processing task. Of course, it takes time. Of course, now MapReduce, when we say MapReduce, we usually think of something very slow. That's because there are optimizations coming after MapReduce, but MapReduce was the first big game changer in the these distributed calculations were available to big enterprises. That's the thing, because when you hit like the need for storing much data, this is data lake. You would make a data lake, and what enterprises started doing, like maybe 15 years ago, 16 years ago, when Hadoop became a thing, they started buying some of those and collocating them and making use of some of cheap hardware to store their data and to have their analytical workloads over Hadoop and MapReduce and other frameworks that emerged. But there was an issue with this approach. From one side, we had big companies that have processes. When they're purchasing equipment, they're always making tenders. It's always slow. So whenever you need your cluster upgraded, you have to go through formal procedures and you get the equipment quite late, maybe after it's needed. I mean, it's not needed anymore, and you get it then. And there are some companies that made preemptive. They bought a lot of hardware. They couldn't utilize it. On the other side were companies that had the same hardware, but was not enough for them. And then this is where the hyperscalers saw the potential, and this is how this was the use case that made Amazon and Google and GCP and Azure make their case and become so profitable in selling the cloud solutions, because scalability was something not easy to predict. But when you want to scale big, you had to invest a lot in own equipment, and the cloud was able to provide some means of savings and more predictable costs. So that's how the cloud solution, including solutions for big data, emerged. And it was seen as universal solution. So a bit more back before the cloud. We had those data lakes. There was one research done by Gartner. It was in 2017, 2018, when they made the research. What is the percentage of big data projects that were succeeding and failing, of course? And it turned out that 85% of the projects were failing. And this can be seen as normal because it was a new area even then. It was one of the emerging technologies in 2018, and it was still the time when the companies were mostly depending on hardware on-premise and not cloud solution as a general purpose, as a general solution. And the reasons for this failure was they were different. One of the most important reasons for failure of the projects was having the wrong architecture. This is on many sides. I mean, it can be viewed from many sides. In one case, the architects did not know what they do when they were defining the architecture. And on the other hand, even architects that knew what they were doing could not anticipate the shortly coming changes in the market that rendered the architecture obsolete like a year later. Another big reason for failing at the big data projects and data lakes is no data governance, or almost no data governance. When data is not seen as important for the business, no one really, if they don't see any value, they will not try to enforce what they need over the data. So it becomes simply technical problem. And being technical problem, we are working on solutions that are not really needed by anyone. And eventually the business says, we don't need your data. One other thing that made projects fail is that there was no one taking care of data catalogs and keeping up-to-date metadata. So even if we had tremendous loads of data in a data lake, no one could really find what they need, and when there is no one to take care of this, then it's again unusable. You just put data that no one can read, even if they want. Then there is the lack of focus. This means the lack of focus of the data within the data lake. There were some thoughts or some beliefs that big data means unlimited data. So let's put everything. Let's make a snapshot of the database every day and put it there, and then we'll make historization with some big-ass jobs. But storing too much redundant data and storing data that is totally irrelevant for anyone is not the purpose of the big data. The purpose of the big data is to handle big loads, but not loads that are irrelevant. So reason for failure was that projects had a single data team that was taking care of everything that happens in the data lake of all the pipelines, and they were not really they could not serve all the domains from a business perspective in the way that the business departments would like them to serve. So there was a constant competition between the business department on the hours of this team, and the one with the strongest connections to the board would win. It's not the priorities were not always put to the best for the business, because the single data team could not just like the shine. It's not like the sun to shine everywhere, but can focus on not many tasks. So here is one concept that emerged in the last 2 or 3 years. It's the concept of data mesh that tries to fix some of the problems that have been happening in the past. And this, we can make an easy parallel between, this, what is this? I mean, it happened like a few years ago. Everyone started talking about microservices. So we have, in the general application development, we got these monolithic applications that started to be, when they start to grow, their maintenance becomes harder and harder. The release cycles are longer and longer, and there was this movement towards the microservices architecture, where each domain has its own logic storage, its own deployment pipelines, and all this decentralization of the big applications, so they can become more resilient, easier to maintain, easier to deploy, quicker to fix. And what happened for the application development is now a concept that emerged for the data. It's more organizational one. It's not a technical one, because we still use the same storage. We still use the same tools for the ETLs. We still use the same BI tools. But the concept for the data mesh is that we only need to have infrastructure where there is all the data that someone may need is simply ingested in the fastest way possible without any transformations. So we do have this ELT instead of ETL. And then using self-service, each domain or each department that stands behind certain business domain takes care of its own pipelines and its own cleansing the data, creating data marts, then making some analysis. And this also makes possible whenever they have their data in a much better state, they curate some data mart. This can be used also by other departments who can rely that this data is of higher quality, because there is an organizational unit that takes care of this. And the more business people can do about this, the better it will become for them. So we had also this conversation in the pause with the colleagues that why should we transfer some of what we do to the business? Why should we provide them tools for easier handling of these types of data if then they will do it and there will be no work for us? But I think that it's better that the business becomes more technical, or the business is provided with tools that are not that deeply technical, that would enable them to make their own ETLs, transformations, and to make their own data marts, so they can rely on the data that they want to make analysis on. And this is what the data mesh is prescribing for the organizations, not technically, because technically it can be done in a variety of different ways. It can be done in a single platform with the same tools for everyone. It can be done also with the best technology that is fit for each domain, depending on the data that they are processing. Okay. Then I would now, I have some a bit maybe boring slides because they're white, but I have listed here, out of my knowledge so far, my professional knowledge, what are the traditional tools, and then followed by what are the modern tools that are used for processing data. And this is where I would make a parallel. Which of these tools can be used also for small data? Because the small data, unlike the big data, there is a lot of it. And when we go back to the concept of data mesh, when each domain has its own processes, its own ETL pipelines, there are high chances that there will be domains where the data is not too much. So should they not use big data tools? Why not? So the traditional storage is, of course, the relational database system, management systems. These are the most popular ones: MS SQL, Oracle, DB2, Postgres, MySQL, of course, MariaDB. Then we have some ETL tools that are that have been here for ages, and we have used them for ETL jobs: SSIS, Talent, Informatica, Oracle Data Integrator, IBM Infosphere. There are a lot of them. And for the visualization, we are using Power BI and other very similar tools. As for the big data, we have now a bit of change in the whole paradigm. We are now saving objects and files and globs, not only relational data. And here comes HDFS as the first big distributed file system. Of course, Data Lake Storage Gen 2, Google Cloud Storage, and S3 are similar as a concept. The implementation may be different, but all of them provide high availability, they provide durability, they provide data replication, and different levels of swiftness of the access. So you can have different tiers on how quickly you access the data. And the price is different, of course. Then we come to this almighty monster Cosmos DB, where you can store virtually everything. You can use it with SQL interface. You can define white table. You can define key. You can use it as key value store. It's a very versatile tool that can, in some cases, it can replace even the relational databases because of the easy SQL interface that you have over it. We have DynamoDB from AWS, which is more simple. It's key value store, and as a storage option, even in the cloud, we can have any of the relational databases provided as a service. The last one is the least suitable. Maybe the first one and the last one are the least suitable for small data. That's my opinion. Why? Because the first one is you more or less need to administer it yourself. You don't get service HDFS storage anywhere. It's just, it used to be administered by the old departments, and many of the other options are stepping on it as a concept, but using HDFS, you have to prepare that you're going to do it on your own, which is not really good when you're dealing with small chunks of data. And the RDBMS as a service, you usually have to pay for some minimum capacity, and it has to be usually always online. So there is a cost incurring even when it's not used. That's the usual offering, even from cloud providers, while all the rest provide storage based on how much data you put there. And there is when you have small amounts of data, definitely the cheaper options are the object stores like Gen2, S3, or Google Cloud. Then we have these capture tools. It's more or less the event-driven. Whenever you deal with streaming, usually you use one of these, or you need data to be replicated or processed in real time. And this is something that probably is not really relevant for small amounts of data, because we don't have big velocity in small data. And using Kafka for something that may receive like 100 new entries per day doesn't really make big sense. Then we have the new kind of processing. Of course, Apache Spark and the related Databricks is the de facto standard in terms of big data processing now in all cloud providers. We have the Data Factory, which I guess you all know, which gives us the ability to produce simple visual ETL jobs, and on top of it to use notebooks where you can have really complex logic in Databricks. We have in AWS we have something called Kinesis, which is being or they're putting more effort now into trying to get this new glue working. It's something similar to the Data Factory, but tries to keep very simple interface with visual pipelines, and again the ability to write in PySpark and use notebooks with Scala and Python and R. And we have Google Dataflow, which is something similar. As for the analytical data stores, this category, this is something that, at least from my experience, this is what you need to have in order to get, if you want to get rid of the relational databases, but still want to keep schemas and relations, you have to have a data store like Apache Hive. It's the first and most used meta store for describing the schema of any file, any big data file. Azure Synapse, to be honest, my personal experience with data store there is to use the Hive meta store. But we have some more specialized offerings like Snowflake, Redshift, Athena, which uses something like Hive, and BigQuery from Google. As for orchestration, I have deliberately not put here Synapse because Data Factory is, I mean, in Synapse you have the Data Factory anyway. Apache Airflow, some services that are capable of doing orchestrations, and the AWS Lambda is here because you actually don't have in AWS we don't have an easy way to make triggers for data events or storage events. That's why you would use Lambda for the trigger, and the Lambda would invoke anything after it. Then with analytics and reporting, we have and now just as a recap, why the 3 V's? What are the 3 V's for? Once again, we had for the big data we did have big volume, we did have high velocity and big variety, and when you have small data, you obviously will have the opposite. But this shouldn't stop us from using tools that are capable of processing this data, and that can give us the chance or give us the opportunity to scale further, like using serverless concepts without a real RDBMS, which is what I would like to show afterwards. And this is also the main trigger for choosing usually technology. It's the price. And on the contrary, at least it's counterintuitive to say that it's cheaper to have something on the cloud, because everyone who has gone on the cloud knows you can easily forget what you're doing, just expand yourself and get a bill that can shock you. That's why the cloud is now more or less considered an expensive option, especially if you scale big. But I'm talking about small now. So it's actually exactly the place where it makes sense to use the cloud native serverless tools that the cloud providers are offering us, because you are not going to pay big bill for that. So if we have, this is like a small use case. We have some department that has some data, which is, how to say, I mean, they have weekly or monthly updates to the data. They usually, at least my experience is that whenever you have not much going on in a department, which it still may be important for the organization, but the data needs are not that big, they don't really need real time. They don't need streaming. They are pretty much okay to have daily, weekly, or even monthly updates. So this is why, if I have to propose to them what they should do, I would simply say just make a batch process using tools from like, for instance, these ones. Put your file in the Gen tool, then make with 3 or 4 clicks, you can ingest it and have it stored as Parquet. Of course, you have either to define a schema or have somehow the schema imported or whatever. So you do need this data, this meta store, this meta information, and in Data Factory you define it as a data set. But it can be, for instance, if you have JSON data, for instance, it will be automatically parsed and defined. Then the critical part is store it as Parquet, no matter what. At least this is my experience, because Power BI can read the Parquet directly and store the data on its side. When we're talking about small data, we are not going anywhere near to the 1 million rows that we saw in the morning.
Can I interrupt just to make it
clear?
Sure. When you say Parquet, you mean store it into the data lake as a Parquet because...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. In a different...
Let's say we extract I'll just interrupt in 1 minute, I'll take one time. Let's say we extract the data from the system, D365 Finance and Operation, big system. Then we have the data into the data lake as CSV files. And then we have to convert from the CSV to Parquet. And then we have to do some transformation with Synapse, let's say, and then the Power BI can read at the end from the Synapse. Let's say we are on a budget. I'm asking for architecture. You mentioned big data. Big also has to be defined in terabytes and some stuff. Or maybe I'll come later for the question. If I'm taking
No, please continue.
So we have, let's say, client. And we have a demand that we need to propose an architecture. And of course, when we come, we want to use the serverless as tool, as we mentioned, that per terabyte, we'll be using it paying for per terabyte. So I want to know, because you mentioned the Parquet file, I'm not so much aware of it, because for now, from our experience, we have the data into the data lake. As you mentioned, we can just drop everything there. And from that point, we have CSV files, which are being generated into CSV by CSV, about 200 megabytes. We have to read the CSV somehow. We have to transform it, store it, or use Synapse or something. And then Power BI comes at the end, which will be served basically, I don't know, a star schema or tables which will be digested at the end. I don't know if this makes sense, but...
It definitely makes sense, but you are really talking about more complex example than
okay,
me.
So this one?
This one, we have, this is in the gigabyte range and not many big gigabytes range. And it can make sense for that. If it grows bigger, you need a different solution. But I would say that the data lake for me is at the stored one, where the Parquet is, because when you have some files ingested and converted to Parquet, you already have the schema with them, and this is where anyone can have this self-service and use that data for his reports. So even if you want to combine something and to combine some data that is coming from a different domain, because here the context is that we are working within one small domain. For instance, insurance departments or part of a claims department that deals with repairs in certain shops. And their departments, they have only their data, it's coming from an external system that the shops provide them, and they need to correlate it with clients, that's it. So they would search, I mean, in such example, they would search for data in Parquet, preferably, that has simply client number and client name and address or nothing more. And they can use Power BI to combine and to make the report with the client data and taking not that much. It would be in the range of megabytes per month. This
Power BI will read directly from the data lake.
Yeah, that's the simplicity. Yes, that's the simplest, because Power BI can read the Parquet, and as soon as it reads the Parquet, it already has the schema, and so you can import the data set in Power BI. It's with a few clicks. It's easy for business, and it will not work with direct queries, obviously. But then we are not speaking about big data. So this is really the simplest one, and you can have the same, for instance, in AWS with S3 buckets, with this glue that is more or less something that AWS wants to make look very similar to the factory. And unlike Of course, you can read S3 buckets from Power BI as well, but the Amazon solution uses the Athena, which is the analytical store of AWS, and the schema will be taken from Athena, and then Athena will take care of the SQL query to execute the SQL query that will go to the quick sites, and then we may go to the next complication that will come. The data that comes from the external system or the data that is prepared somehow in Excel files by someone will probably have bad quality. And this is where the business can take the things in their hands, use pretty much the same thing, but have one additional ETL process for cleansing the data and improving the quality of the data. And this can be done also in the data factory using the workflows. And have another layer of curated data. Again, if it's in Power BI, I can read it directly, and it's still very cheap because you literally, if you are below 10 gigabytes, you are literally in the $1 range per month, something like this. Because you have some processing, which will not take much, weekly or monthly, and you have some storage, which is not growing fast. And you can do the same in AWS, but there you have Blue Homebrew, which is too specialized for cleansing. And if you want to make it a bit more automatic, because if it's small data with small department with only a few people, probably someone will take care in the beginning of the month to upload some file and then run the rest of the process. But you can define in Data Factory a trigger that is listening to file events in the blob storage, and your ingest pipeline will go. And I mean, you can orchestrate the flow from there. In Azure, you can do it directly, but as I mentioned before, in AWS, you have to use a Lambda to listen to objects in S3, and when they are new, it can fire the further process. So that's pretty much what I wanted to show you. And here the last slides. This is my LinkedIn profile. If you scan it, you can connect with me. And I'm now open to questions for anything that you did not like about the presentation.
You mentioned 85% of failure on the data project. That was like 4 years, you said, from 2018
Yes.
from Gartner, like the research.
Yes. Now.
And that was no. Yes.
Sorry.
So, what is the ratio now? Do you have any information about?
Well, only my impression is that it's much better, and maybe this research helped a lot because Gartner is has very good reputation about knowing how projects work. So I think that was the turning point when data projects became more predictive or more tried to be more resilient to changes, or not resilient but adaptive to changes, and that's the purge of the own hardware was the first step. Or exactly around that time, there were. It sounds like a joke, but I was interviewing a candidate who was working in Switzerland for some bank, and he asked me during the interview if I want buy some servers because their bank was dismantling the Hadoop cluster, and they had like 200 blade servers, and they just gave it away to employees, and he got a few, and he wanted to sell them. And he offered, it would have been a very cheap bargain, but still, that's, I hope that it's now 60 or 70 success rates. I mean, there are still failing projects, but now things seem to be much more mature, and thanks to the programs that all the hyperscalers have, actually there are now much more knowledgeable architects when, especially in the beginning of such projects, it's the architecture is much more, there is much more thought brought into the architecture.
What do you think about data lake?
Data?
Data lake.
Data lake? Well, it's Delta Lake or
Data.
It's part of the whole, but the data lake, at least, can I go back to this slide?
You got also data lake become data swarms.
Yeah. On this slide, the layer below, this should be the data lake. This is the place where the data becomes available. It's almost as much as close to the original source. So you have source systems ingested and ready to be used by someone. And then with the proper data catalog and proper data discovery, anyone, no matter business data engineer, data analyst, or data scientist, can find the data that he or she needs and use it directly for his own purposes. But the data lake is it's a necessity of the whole modern architecture, but it has to stop to stop at one point, because there was very blurry line in the past what the data lake should contain. The data lake in some organizations would contain all the data marts and the ETL processes that were doing some business logic and some whatever aggregations or whatever they're doing, they were considered part of the data lake, which was done by the same engineering team that does the very basic ingest. And this was part of the problems. But yeah, the data lake is a necessity, and this is, I thought that you asked about Delta Lake. I like Delta Lake a lot. I mean, we still will see how it goes, because it provides you an abstraction of ACID compliant database working on a data lake. But yeah, with ORC, usually not with Parquet. But if someone
decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market, Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that one in 3 Endavans joined the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance, and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Чуваме ли се? Няма значение. Ja sam okej, ten ja się poprawiam. Okay, so we can start. This session is mostly about automation. I don't know if you have experience with automation, but we will talk about how we can actually make automated flows based on some changes in data and what kind of options we have for such scenarios. First, I want to say again thanks to all partners because this event can be organized only with support from our partners. Probably most of you at least received some messages from myself. I'm co-organizer of this event. I'm mostly with experience as solution architect for many years regarding to Microsoft Azure and partially also data platform, but my focus usually is IoT automation. I like to work on such kind of solutions. We will talk about, yes, this is good. We need to share screen, and it is something which actually is my missing. Let's see. So now already you can see the right slide. So why we are talking about Azure Data Lake automated flows? Because for many projects, usually you have complex flows where your data is in data lakes. There are a lot of specifics. We will not have time to discuss in details about different specifics for all cases, but at least we will cover some problems. We will see what kind of challenges we have and also how we can automate with support of tools for automation, like, for example, Power Automate or Logic Apps, such kind of flows, and also how you can have document automation using Office scripts and artificial intelligence. This session is mostly to see what kind of opportunities you have for really effective automation based on practical use cases with popular tools. And I will show you some demos. I will show you some demos related to cases when, for example, we manage data in data lake, how we can implement automation where this data can be moved. You can have notifications, you can have some transformations in pretty simple way. Give me a second to try to go back here and see. Yeah, okay. So, how many of you with solutions where you have data lakes in general? Most of you, perfect. No need to talk about such kind of basic things. When we have solutions with different real life scenarios, usually when we have data lakes, you know that we have many different zones and we need to have workloads where based on some criteria, we need to move data, we need to transform data, we need to make different things. This session is not about conceptual part, why and how we need to do this. This session is more on automation regarding how to mix these with some tools for automation. I just put here several schemas just to show for normal project. For example, this is from one project for environmental data, how many workloads you have. You have cases where if you collect data, you need to have quality control. This quality control needs to have synchronization. You need to have notifications between different people, different departments. After that, you need to have some operations. After that, you need to make some activities. After that, this data need to be moved somewhere, and you have very high numbers of similar cases. Why I'm starting from here? Because when we have automated flows, not everything is about data transformation. Data transformation is only one part of the cases. The rest is related to additional functionalities, and one of the most important is actually to synchronize different users, different people in different roles and different teams about some state. Automation is not always related to some kind of transformations of our data. Automation quite often is related to how in the best way to optimize the overall workflow. And here we have one specific subpart of automation, so named robotic process automation. Are you familiar what is RPA? Well, it sounds very artificial, but it is not. Robotic process automation is actually part of artificial intelligence where we need to have functionalities very similar to what humans have like interaction with systems in real life. Why we are talking about RPA? RPA is very important in modern business, in automation, because when you go to implement automated flows for different organizations, it is very expensive to change way of working for people if you implement some complete end-to-end solution. Robotic process automation gives you options to let people and organizations to work in a similar, almost the same way like in the past, but to have automated flows. So this is the idea when we have RPA. RPA can include everything, every possible set of operations. But notifications are related to one of the most interesting parts related to added value, because based on my experience, most of the time that organizations lose for some activities is not because they need to process something. Most of the time that they lose is related to synchronization when they have many steps in different steps in the process, and when someone needs to wait something, or one subsystem to wait something from another system. So I already explained we have challenges like when we have, for example, upload data, when we have quality control, when we have distribution, we need to have good synchronization. And here we can have a huge advantage from the point of automation. Automation can include different approaches, different types of tool sets. Microsoft is one of the main vendors for automation tools. Of course, you have alternatives. Power Automate is probably well known for you. How many of you have experience with Power Automate? Not so many? One? How many of you have experience with logic apps? Okay, so behind the stage, Power Automate and logic apps have the same core functionalities, but Power Automate is implemented like rapid development tool, low-code, no-code platform for automation, where users can be experienced software engineers, but can be also not so deep technical people. When you make some automated flows with services like logic apps, you need to have more experienced engineers. Probably you know logic apps actually expose options to have automation in Azure workloads, where based on different HTTP and calls, you can raise different functionalities and you can have different steps with connection between services. But this session is not about Power, it's not about logic apps, it is mostly on Power Automate. There is another interesting component in the whole picture, Office scripts. How many of you have experience with Office scripts? And do you know what is this Office script? No? Okay. That's probably at least one thing that you can learn. Office script is technology proposed 2 years ago from Microsoft. It is TypeScript based technology, server side, for automation, for document automation, where you can have for Office documents, first for Excel, the plan is to have the same approach for other online Office services, options to trigger some logic, but to have server-side automation. Probably many of you know that you can automate your Excel work with scripts like VBA, but this is client-side automation. It is on application side. Microsoft never gave guarantee and SLA that this automation will work on the server side. And this is something which always brings some considerations if one organization wants to use the same functionality for automation on the server side. So, Office scripts actually are scripts that can be used with Excel online and in the future with the other Office documents online and only online. It is actually service feature and you can make different scripts which can be run on the server side in Azure and process your data in your documents. It is usually for mass document processing, but you can use it also for simple things. I will show you. Well, when we talk about Power Platform, we have several things which we really need to consider like specific banks. It is easy, you know, I will not convince you that it is easy. But behind the stage, here for Power Automate, you have the same engine that you are using for logic apps. Just you need to understand what exactly this solution has. When we have solutions like Power Automate, we have server-side flows, which are cloud flows, and also desktop flows. Do you have experience with these slightly different part of Power Automate related to desktop automation and Power Automate desktop? Probably no. Doesn't matter what kind of flows you have. The main concept is related to several things. Always your flow need to be triggered. So you have several types of triggers to start this flow. Triggers can be used from the platform. You have ready for use triggers. You can use components which are third party, and you can create your own triggers to have rising of logic based on specific activities, specific events which are not part of base functionality. After that, you have action. Do you know what is action? Here, not in general, here. Action means a group of statements in one block. It is some kind of procedure, similar like procedure, but here is action. It could be simple, it could be more complex. You have a huge set of actions, and you can create your own, you can use third party. It could be possible, different companies, different organizations to extend the platform. Conditional logic. Conditional logic is probably more simpler, just using design mode, for example. You can set some conditions if some statement result is one or another to have different branches. The same like in expressions. Expressions is to have expressions similar to what you have, for example, in Excel, some calculations, but it is not a serious piece of programming code. You have no need to understand programming code. You need to just write mathematical expressions and formatting also related expressions. And dynamic content. Dynamic content. What is dynamic content? Dynamic content is the option to share information, data between different steps, between different actions and other components in your flow. When you have custom development, what is the biggest extra effort which you usually have? You need to have a lot of additional code, some kind of boilerplate code, because you need to have some structures where you need also to pass some data, you need to persist some data, you need to have some additional logic which is not related to the main business logic. And it takes additional effort. When you have such kind of automation tools, dynamic content can be get automatically. When different components like actions and triggers are created, they share this data in a specific secure way, and you have no need to think about it. This is something which is pretty convenient. If you need to create custom components, then you will go into more specific cases and you need to understand how this works and to implement it. But if you create just codes, you have no need to know about it. And usually for automation, it is pretty easy with platforms like Power Automate to integrate functionalities with cloud services and desktop products. Regarding to desktop products, everything which is implemented for Windows 10 and Windows 11 can be automated relatively easy. If companies who develop these applications include specific SDK, it is possible with automation tools to access APIs from these applications and to be possible to automate it. If you have old applications, you need to use UI automation. Do you know what is UI automation? It is pretty well known for quality assurance and testing, but here you also can. What is the difference between desktop automation and cloud automation? In cloud automation, just your automated flows have usually some API code behind it. In desktop automation, it depends. With new applications, it is by ADK behind the stage. You have calls against some endpoints. If you have UI automation, it is something which is based on recognition of specific areas of UI, and you can automate these steps to work with user interface. Solutions. If you want to distribute solutions or your logic, you can use it in several ways, but for more serious automated flows, the best option is to use solutions. Solutions are actually abstractions where you can have several flows which can be exported like distribution package, and after that you can import it in another tenant. Usually the problem when we have automation is how to change these automation when we move this to another organization or sub-organization, because there are different connectors. You have security, you have specifics which need to be managed. Well, when we need to use some logic with server-side scripting, you need to have specific level of subscription for Office 365. Usually, business subscriptions which are related to professional enterprise levels for Office 365 and educational support automation from the server side, but depends on your home Office home subscription. No, it is not possible to have such kind of automation. I will show you now how we will use Power Automate and Office scripts. I saw that some of you start to stay a little bit probably not so focused because I'm talking mostly conceptual things. So instead to explain the theory till the end, I will switch now to some more practical area to see what exactly is the animal behind all this explanation. So let's try to make the thing to, yeah, interesting. Let's give me a second. Yeah, trying. Can we do it? So let's see now. When you have Power Automate, I don't know if some of you try some things, but I will try to explain. You have different types of flows. Cloud flows are those that I explained related to different cloud services. Not only Azure, you have connectors for different services. Just Azure is the context where you have support for almost everything. What is the common between Power Automate and Power BI and Power Apps? Power from the marketing perspective. From the platform perspective, you have two important things. First is connectors. They use the same connectors, actually. And second is the common database for configuration, this metaverse database, which is used for Power Automate, which is used for Power Apps, and behind the stage also Power BI use some things there, but not in the direct way. So when we have some flows, you can start flows from template, for example. You can start flows step by step, but for many popular activities, you have flows from template. What means this? You have hundreds of templates where for some more often seen cases, you can just choose scenario. Let's see, well, save, for example, some attachment from your email, for example, to OneDrive. Many scenarios can be created in this way. We can do this, of course. Give me a second. Something with, yes, when you have such kind of things, you need to configure connectors, and after that, you can say create flow. Just to show. I will show you more specific flows. This is just for demonstration. Usually when you have one already created flow, you can go into edit mode, and in edit mode, you can change the settings. It takes some time because we are using Visual Designer, so metadata need to be read, and it is something which is actually needed to be managed from the platform. So, for example, this is pretty simple flow. Just if some email arrives, you need to make settings, of course, with connectors. You can add new connection, for example. If you want to have different Outlook.com email, I already have one prepared, and you can configure also your attachments, for example, into specific place where this to be done. I will show you a little more complex flow because we are talking about automation. Imagine that we have Office Excel table into SharePoint or OneDrive, for example. If we have such kind of table, imagine that we need to track some changes. If someone makes some changes to parse the whole file, analyze it, and to create some report. For example, how we can do such kind of things? First, we need to have a trigger. I will explain details first in created flow. If we have time after I demonstrate this, we can do it also step by step. I already have here in SharePoint. Give me a second. Probably mostly here. Yes. In SharePoint, I already uploaded one Excel file. The simple logic which I implemented is related to analyzing documents. Something is changed. It's possible to make this we are using automation. For automation, we have automate tab in off. Usually when you create a document, you have some scripts, and you can create, for example, some scripts from TypeScript code, which gives you empty placeholder where you can start with your logic. I already prepared some more complex script. Let's see if I can change the size a little bit smaller. This is which is not very convenient when I demonstrate this in media, but I'll try to explain what exactly is done here. Document is analyzed, statuses are analyzed, and if we have changes between columns, there is generation of specific report. This report can be demonstrated. Give me 1 second. This report can be demonstrated in the following way. If our file is changed, we can run script. This script need to be configured, the right script, into this action for running of the script. Script returns data. This JSON can be parsed. Usually, how you can analyze such kind of data. Usually, scripts return data which is depend on your formatting different way, but let's say JSON. If it is in JSON, you can generate schema from sample. From sample means from output of your script. If you have script running, for example, for your script, and based on this output, you can generate. After that, based on parsing, you can have from the result creation of some easier for reading structure, for example, HTML table. And after that, you can send this information to some recipient. For example, we can have this in different scenarios. Give me 1 second. Just to check something. Yes, we can make this with changes in document in different structures. It could be in OneDrive, it could be, for example, in SharePoint, depends on your scenario. And I will try to demonstrate how it's tested. To test specific workload, you need to turn it on. If you turn it on and you have triggered, this flow will be executed always when you have such kind of trigger. So if you have need of this flow, yes, it needs to be turned on. Otherwise, it is good to turn it off. Now I'm turning on this flow. I'm going into edit mode. Again, you already saw in edit mode because some metadata need to be loaded and analyzed. It takes several seconds. After that, we can use test tool. Just I'm trying to check for this version. Okay, let's put, for example, OneDrive. version. I think this is the right document here. Doesn't matter if it is in SharePoint or OneDrive, but let's say this is the right document. Simple scenario is to change some values here in these columns. How we can do this? Run. You are going into mode where this flow is checking for some trigger. Let's make some changes. For example, such kind of changes here. If I didn't make mistake with the right file, it needs to trigger this logic, which I show you, run script, get information from the file, generate table, and send this table as a body of specific email to some recipient. There is a second. If I did mistake with the exact file, I will make some changes here. That's the reason our flow to wait for a while. Okay, we are in cages, for example, and here we need to have, yes, already implemented. Why it was triggered pretty fast? Because this is something which can be executed pretty fast. It will not be possible exactly for this simple flow to demonstrate. You can see actually here that we can see some logic depending on what is done. I suppose that here it was timeout. Give me 1 second to test it again. And sorry for this. I will change again some values here. Hope that, yes. Now, schema validation. It happened when you change something in the structure. You need to run the script again, check result, and update the schema. Because probably we have not much time, go this as option at the end, and we'll show you something much faster, at least to demonstrate how it works. So imagine that we have Azure Data Lake, and imagine that we need to have flow where if we upload something, for example, in our Azure Data Lake, this is Azure Storage Explorer, probably well known for you. We can trigger a process to make something and to deliver some files or transform data in some format into SharePoint or into OneDrive, some kind of Office application. We can do this in the following way. Let's choose one file and add it to this service, Azure to Azure Data Lake using Azure Storage Explorer. The case here is that when we have give me a second, we have here some folder where we have some documents. I would like to have the new document appeared here. For example, we can do this. I'm moving this here, and I will trigger the flow. I will do this again after a few seconds, but with running of the flow, because now this flow is not active. Going back to our flow, I will run test. Again, I will go back. I will put this flow in active mode, turning it on. I will go to edit it. I will go to test it. And now I will put this file into Azure Storage Explorer. You see now this event is triggered, and actually this file is copied into SharePoint. Let's see if we have the file into SharePoint. Going back to SharePoint, let's try to refresh. Hopefully. Let's see. Yes, you have the new file. Again, I'm trying to demonstrate pretty simple flows, because demonstration of complex flow will need much more explanation. But you understand the main concept. You can have a variety of automated flows with relatively low effort if you are using Power Automate combined with several additional tools. One powerful tool is Office scripts, because you can actually execute logic and parse some things inside Office documents using Office scripts. Power Automate can be used in different way. You can use it just for automation using Designer and using Bash functionalities, but you can use it also in much more professional way, even extending the platform, creating home components regarding to custom triggers, custom actions, and connectors that can be used, of course, from other services from Power Platform. What is done for Power Automate, actually, from the server side, it is executed in the same way like logic, which is triggered for logic apps. The difference is that for Power Automate is more user-oriented. You can accept it like part of low-code, no-code platform. With logic apps, it is not the same. You need to be engineer who understand how cloud application works, and you need to configure endpoints, you need to configure many other things. So this is the most important. I think that we are a little bit behind the schedule. Do you have any questions? No questions? Then I can say just thank you very much. If you have any future questions, you know how to find me. At least every one of you received one or more emails from me because of the event, so you can find me easy. Anything related to automation and how you can connect different services with Power Automate and other tools. Sometimes only one tool for automation is not enough. If you have some kind of scenario, we can discuss. Thanks again. Толкова ли ви изплаших с тия automation? Тест automation, имате предвид automation, който е за различни workloads, се базира на подобни принципи, както за тест automation, но обикновено хората, които го правят, са други. Тест automation има общо с такъв automation, основно в частта UI automation. Старите приложения, които имат потребителски интерфейс и веб приложенията, използват същите компоненти за разпознаване на UI. Но това, което ви показвам всъщност, е платформа, където вие може да екзекютвате най-различни неща. Този UI Automation е една много малка част от нещата. Вие може да използвате такива неща, обаче не е ефективно, включително да правите някакви end-to-end тестове. Но за end-to-end тестове при деливарито има друг toolset, който да се използва. Тоест, ако правите integration тестове, вие знаете, нали, в software engineering имате отделни езици, отделни неща. Това нещо ви е ефективно по-скоро, ако имате съществуващи процеси, да направите така, че да не чупите процесите, да накарате човечетата да работят като софтуера, а да направите така, че всъщност човечетата да работят по-лесно, без да ги смачкате с тотално различни процеси. А иначе как се тестват такива неща, мога да ви покажа, но това е също друго. Ако не знам дали успях да ви отговоря на... Можем да дискутираме. Хубавото е, че съм вече...
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Endavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 30% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent of being here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies, punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now. And going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
Да, моята камера сме поставили.
Сигурен си.
Hello, everybody. So, thank you for today and that you are here. Today's topic will be about how to implement continuous integration and continuous delivery with the Azure Synapse. So the first thing is to say great thank you to our sponsor. Without them, this event won't take place here in Plovdiv. So one huge thank you, guys. And something about me. Well, my name is Ivan Milowski. I'm a lead data engineer in IMPAM system. I'm working more than 10 or maybe around 15 years in the database field, especially with the Microsoft. Last year, I moved my skills from the on-prem to the Azure stuff. So definitely it's more interesting part of my job. Today's agenda is related about brief overviews. I will focus more on the demo, and I will focus on also work upon the DevOps lifecycle. So we are going to brief overview of the Azure Synapse continuous integration and delivery. What is DevOps integration of the Azure DevOps with Synapse? And of course, there is 2 additional slides, which I included just before the presentation. I will talk about more about them. And so pretty much this is it. So let's start it. Welcome to the Limitless. What does it mean? Well, it means that the Azure Synapse, for Azure Synapse, there is no boundaries, and it's very easy to use with the proven security. You can do a very fast exploration of your files. You can do a quick jump start if you are newbie into the field, because Microsoft provides lots of templates and tutorials about it. Also, Azure Synapse gives you the ability to combine lots of stuff like enterprise data warehousing, big data, semi-structured, structured, and unstructured data in one place. Also, you can ingest, you can transform, you can explore, you can prepare your data for different BI tools and data modeling stuff. So pretty much Azure Synapse is a limitless analytical service. Continuous integration. This is something very interesting. It's widely used nowadays, especially across the developers worldwide. It gives the ability to developers to do their modification of the code very fast without any interruptions. They can build, they can test, they can. Sorry, Houston, we have a problem. So to continue, continuous integration gives the ability of the developers to do their modification fast. They can do acceptance or unit test. They also can do different deployments across their environments. So pretty much this is very, very common use nowadays, and it's very useful. Without it, I don't think people can move on so fast with their deployment stuff. Azure DevOps. This is something which is also very useful as a service because it combines different kinds of services in it, in Azure boards. You can plan, you can track your activities, tasks, and of course, your deliveries. Azure repositories, it's something which is for commit your code into the GitHub. Pipelines are very useful for the continuous integration in deliveries. Test plans, it's for the test servicing. For instance, you can do different kind of acceptance or unit test, and you can test your code against those tests. Azure Artifacts is a place where you can share your packages across your organization with your colleagues, such as jar files, ISPAC, CS, etc. How to integrate Azure DevOps with Synapse? Well, definitely I will be more specific on the next slide, but for now, you should remember that there are different kinds of branches which we need to use. The first thing is that developers always do their branches. For instance, they are doing their dev branch or feature branch. It doesn't matter how you're going to call it. But in this branch, they are doing their development stuff. When they are ready, they should create a pull request and to merge all these modifications to the master branch. Master branch from its side should be published, and all modifications and files should go to the workspace published branch. Workspace published branch is a specific branch for Azure Synapse, which gives you the ability to deploy your new stuff into different environments. It is built from two files, two JSON files, template for the workspace and template parameters for the workspace. So template for the workspace is a file which contains information about the activities which are into the Azure Synapse. Templates parameters for the workspace contains information about the parameters if you parameterize some of the pipelines, for instance, into your Azure Synapse. Now, Synapse lifecycle, DevOps lifecycle. So, give me a second. Let me see. Can I? No, it will be hard to me. Sorry, guys. So, imagine that you have three different environments in the Azure Synapse: Dev, Test, Prod. After that, from the one side. From the other side, you have Azure DevOps as a service. In Azure DevOps as a service, you get Git repo and release management. So always one of the environments in Azure Synapse should be bounded to the Azure Git. And this is, let's say, like a rule, because the developers should do their modifications and changes on the code only on one environment. After that, when they do that, they should create the pull request. So what is the formula, the best formula? If I'm a new developer and I have a dev access to the Synapse workspace, I should first of all create a feature branch from my master, because in my master we are keeping our clean code. This code should go to production. So I'm doing my new stuff in my working branch or feature branch or dev branch. It doesn't matter how you're going to call it. When I finish with it, then I need to create a pull request. Here, someone, for instance, someone from your colleague or someone who is on the higher instance or with a higher level than you, can check your code. This is a code review. So this guy or this colleague can create a code review. So the idea, if the code is absolutely correct, the pull request to be approved, and after that to be merged to the branch, to the master branch. If there's something which is dodgy, then the pull request should be returned to the developer to be fixed. It depends on the so-called code reviewer. When everything is ready, in the best case scenario, the master branch should be published. And when it's published, it will generating automatically these two files, which in the previous slide I showed you about the template for parameters and workspace parameters for the template and workspace, Synapse workspace, whatever. These two JSON files. The point is what? These two files will contain information what is the modification. I will show you in the demo. When these REM templates are already generated, they can be used for the further stuff like creating a pipeline, creating a deployment process into the release management of the Azure DevOps. And when you're ready, you can deploy on the different environments. But give me a second. Nope. Why you didn't change? So what I wanted to tell you something else. Before we start, first of all, the first thing is that we need to add additional extension for the Azure DevOps, which is called Synapse Workspace Deployment. I will show you how to add it, and this extension will help us to deploy our REM templates from the Workspace Publish branch into some of the environments. So, also be aware of something which I faced recently. It's some new limitations from the Microsoft side into Azure DevOps. If you have a new project and you start using these projects, and when you are on the step of the deployment, the job will fail. Definitely will fail with the error which is calling you that you don't purchase or you don't have permissions to host a parallelism. This is on the agent job level, and this is something which, for some reason, you should create a request to Microsoft. It took around 3 to 5 business days to be approved. And in the end, when you receive an email that everything is absolutely correct, then you can use and their functionalities about the parallelism. So I'm finishing with the theoretical stuff, and I'm going to the demo. First of all, I will start with the Azure DevOps part. So what I have at the moment, I have a project which is called on my name. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but it's not so fancy. After that, I have so my organization is on my name. I have a project which is called Synapse CI/CD demo, and I need to get the extension for the Synapse deployment. So how to do this? First of all, I need to go on the left bottom corner. There is the organization settings. I need to go there, and I need to find the extensions on the menu. So here it is, the extensions. So I will click on them, and I will go on the browser marketplace. Nice. Okay. When I click on the browser marketplace, I will need to type the name of the extension to main deployment. And I need to install it. It's free. And when you click on the button, you will be redirected to a page on which you have two possibilities. The first one is to be installed automatically on your organization. In my case, this is my organization. The second thing is if you have an Azure DevOps server, you can download it and install it. So for our purposes, I will install it automatically on my Azure DevOps organization. And I can go and to proceed to the organization or go to the marketplace. It doesn't matter what you're going to do. In the end, the point is that you need to refresh your extensions, and the extension will appear here. Okay, cool. So this is from the Azure DevOps site for now. I will come back later. But for the next step is to show you what I have in Azure. So I have a resource group, which is called Azure Synapse Demo. And in this resource group, I have 3 different Azure Synapse workspaces for development, for production, and for the UAT. Also, I have my storage accounts, and also I have my Spark pools for each of these environments. Why I need Spark pools? Well, because I will use notebook into my demo, and the notebook should be attached to the Spark pool and should be executed against it. So that's why I'm using Spark pools. So I'm going to open the Dev workspace because I'm going to connect it to the Azure GitHub. and I mean Azure DevOps Git, and I will show how I'm going to do this. So, first of all, I will go and I will show you something. At the moment, I'm working on the Synapse Live mode. So I have the possibility to set up a repository from here, or I can go to the manage, and from the source control tab section, I can configure Git from here. It doesn't matter what I'm going to choose. I will choose it from here. So let's configure it. First thing, to what kind of repository I'm going to connect to. I have two options, DevOps Git or GitHub. It doesn't matter what you're going to choose. Both are working properly fine, let's say. And our case is to use Azure DevOps Git because I have organization, I have there my deployment extension, etc., etc., etc. And after that, I click on continue. The next step is to put the name of my organization. Most of the time, everything is already gathered as information, as a metadata from the DevOps. So you mostly don't need to type anything. So I need to choose my project name, I need to choose my repository name, and I need to choose my collaboration branch. If you have a new project for the first time and you didn't do any configuration on the repository, you have the options to create the master branch from here, and it will automatically create it on your DevOps site. In our case, I already done it, so that's why I'm going to use my master branch. And for the publish branch, always use workspace publish. This is very important to remember because workspace publish contains both JSON files that I already mentioned, which will bring the new information to the new environment. I click apply. And we need to wait a few seconds to apply all these settings. Come on. And when it's done, so how can you understand that you are connected to the repository? The first thing is the disconnect button appears. The second thing, if you go here, you can see that at the moment you're working on the master branch mode. What options we have here? So let's explore. I can work on my master branch, but I cannot work on my workspace publish branch. It's grayed out. Why? Well, because at the moment I'm not eligible to do that because first of all, I don't have any deployment, any development, and secondly, this is forbidden. The next thing, new branch I can create. I will create a new one. I can create a pull request, or I can switch to live mode. So for our demo, I will create new branch, which will be called feature notebook Plovdiv. Too many things. So what is the idea? I'm creating a new branch based on my master. Imagine that in my master, I already have some code there. So I need to bring the latest updates and I need to make modification upon these updates. So that's why I'm going to use the master one. There is other ways in which you can, depending on how the company, organization, or the project is built, because I faced different kinds of approaches. For instance, the master is the latest instance, but we are working on the pre-master, which is a mirror copy of the master. But if something is, let's say, we have a merge conflict or something gets messy, then we are doing we are getting the master, the original one, and we are start over from the beginning with our development. So it depends how the organization is built. Let's create this one. Okay, so I'm a little bit running out of time with all this stuff. So let's go to our DevOps. If I go to my project, if I go to my repository, and I will go on my branches, you will see that at the moment I have a new feature and the master one. I wonder if the workspace will appear because I deleted it instantly. Sorry about that. Well, we'll see. Anyway, so what is the idea? The idea is that at the moment I'm having on the both branches, I have system information about the environment and some metadata. So what I'm going to do, working on my dev environment, I'm going to create some stuff in my new branch. So I'm going to the develop and I'm going to get a notebook. This notebook, I will call it holidays. And because I'm lazy, I prepare my code before that. I will explain what this code is doing. So this is, I'm getting the public holidays from the open data set, and I am exporting the public holidays on the Parquet file into my default data storage folder, location, let's say. I need to attach it to my Spark pool definitely, because otherwise I'm going to see this yellow warning message. So what I'm going to do, first of all, if I click on the commit button here, this commit button will bring this information about the notebook into my branch, in my new branch. If I refresh, you're going to see that I have a notebook folder now. Notebook folder contains JSON file, information about the notebook, system information, what is the code, what is going to be executed, blah, 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 etc. Okay, so far so good. But if I change to the master, at the moment I don't have any notebook folders here, right? So let's go back and create one pipeline, which I'm going to call it pipe 01 call NB. Not pretty fancy name, but anyway, notebook call NB. This is the name of the notebook. I need to configure it. I need to choose which notebook I'm going to use on which Spark pool it should be executed. So because we don't have any possibilities at the moment, I'm using the default one, which I have for now. Okay, so again, the same thing. If I click on commit, it will commit it to the new feature branch. So let's do it. I will show you what is going to happen into my branch. Here is the pipeline. Cool. This one. Okay, JSON file, system information, to what kind of objects we are referencing, what is the name of the Spark pool, etc. Okay, so, but okay, I have it on my feature branch. I don't have it on my master. I don't have it in my live mode. I don't have anything for now. So what I should do, I should create a pull request. Here it is. I should create a pull request, and I need to merge those information. So when you create a pull request, it automatically opens a new window, which is bring you to the DevOps environment, in which you need to fulfill some kind of information, such as title. For instance, pipe 01 call NB. You can put some descriptions, blah, blah. And something else, you can assign a reviewer. A reviewer is a person who is a colleague who can create a code review and also follow your changes, and they are acceptable, then the pull request will be approved. Otherwise, he will return it to you. Also, if you have some task, for instance, I already created a task, you can assign on which task you are working on. So this helps to the project management to have a full visibility, what is done, what is in progress, what is in testing, etc. Also, you have the possibility to put a tags for easier searching into the Azure DevOps as whole. So at the end, you need to click on the create button. Okay, so I create my pull request, and let's say that my colleague can see what are the differences in my files, what I've done. He can follow my code here. He can check if there are any updates. You can see the commits, how many times I committed, etc., etc., etc. Let's say that the pull request is approved, and in the end, it's complete. When I do the completion, it will. I have few options, but by default, because I don't have time to explain all of them, I will use merge, and I will delete my feature branch. So my development will be merged to the master one and won't be appear anymore in my cases. Okay, so if I go to the master branch, now I have the changes here. Great, yay. So now what I need to do, first of all, I need to publish, because from my master branch I need to publish, and I need to generate the so-called workspace publish branch. I will do it from my master and into my repositories, into the branches. The workspace publish will appear. Give me some time, because it should generate all the information. All the templates at the moment are generating, and they should appear here. And as you can see into the template for the workspace, I have information about my notebook. Where is it? Well, here it is. This is the code which the notebook contains. Also, I have information about the environment, and which is the workspace name, and pretty much this is the most useful information that I need to know that I have. Okay, so what about UAT environment? If I want to move on my changes from the development to the UAT, I need to find some way. This environment is absolutely empty at the moment. So in this case, it will help me to create a continuous integration and delivery for all this stuff. I will go back to my Azure DevOps. I will go to my pipeline section, and I will go to the libraries. So I will create a variable group. I will call it variable group UIT, and I will add a variable which is going to be called environment and env, and will contains only the UIT part. What I'm trying to do. So, for instance, assume the following case. I have absolutely the same root of the naming convention. I have everywhere is absolutely the same instead of the last three words. So I need to replace in some way dev with the UIT. So to do that, I need to create an environment in which will be overwritten on the later stage, and will overwrite this part of the script, this part of the name, and will tell to the deployment process, okay, your environment is not dev, it's a UIT. So let's do this. I will save it. Great. If there is time, I will do it for production. I will go to releases and I will create a new pipeline. So I will use empty job and I will call my stage. This is the UAT stage. I will save it. And as you can see, this is the stage. This one is called stage. Right. But I need to grab from somewhere my artifacts and I need to add a source from where I need to get it. So I need to add artifacts. You have 4 types. You can get it from the build, you can get it from the Azure repo, GitHub, or from the TFVC. In our case, I'm going to use the Azure DevOps repository. So I need to use my project and my source, right? So my default branch in this case will be workspace publish. Why? Because in the workspace publish, we have the latest changes that are made. I will add, and I'm done with this part. But I need to do more stuff which are related to the job because I need to run an agent on which I need to give him instructions what to do and how to do it. So I need to add, do you remember the extensions that I got it? Synapse Workspace Deployment. Okay, cool. I will configure it a little bit later, but before that, I need to go to the variable tab of the pipelines. I need to add a variable which will replace, give me a second to find it, this one, this part. And this is the workspace name variable. So in our case, I need to use, I will call it workspace. This is the name of the variable. I will grab this value here, and instead of the UIT, I will put $, and I will put the environment variable, which is coming from the library, which contains this UIT part. And in this way, I'm going to replace it. The scope, very interesting, only for the UIT stage, only for this one. Okay. After that, I need to link all these variables. I need to create a variable, a link to variable group, because I need to tell, so you need to grab this information from the library, but I need to point you to which one to get. For instance, you have lots of variables. You need to choose which is the proper group. And I will change the variable scope to be the UIT for now. I will click on the link. And I will go back to configure my Synapse dev deployment task. So it's pretty simple and easy. Click on the 3 dots. As you can see, it's asking for the template. I have the template, which is coming from the workspace branch. So I'm going to use the template for the workspace as a JSON file. About the parameters, again, the same exercise. Click on it, done. Synapse workspace connection. You need to choose your workspace connection. Synapse workspace group. You need to get the workspace group. Synapse workspace name. This will be absolutely the same, but this time with again with the replacement of the variable. And override parameters. Here I need to tell what exactly which variable from the template for the workspace should be overwritten. In our case, this is workspace name variable. So I will grab it from here, I will add it from here, and I need to tell it which exactly variable I should do this. Well, in our case, this is the workspace variable, which is on the pipeline level. Okay. So fingers crossed, save. And let's see if it's going to work correctly. let's do one deployment. I will do the release. The release will be due automatically, and I manually will deploy the stuff. Here you can track your progress. At the moment, my region it's somewhere in the United States because I face some difficulties with my subscriptions on the Europe level. For some reason, I couldn't create Synapse workspaces. Yeah, maybe it's global stuff. I don't know why is that, but it failed on the database. Cannot create the database. Yes, so that's why I move everything into the United States. And at the moment, what is happening? First of all, it is initializing the job. And after that, the second step is to grab everything from the GitHub. So it's grab the latest modifications from the published branch. And now the Synapse deployment process is starting. It took around minutes, somewhere approximately around a minute, because first of all, it should be authenticated against the Synapse. Secondly, it should check if notebook and the pipeline are existing, and if they are not, it's okay to be replaced or created, blah, 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 blah. But what I'm seeing in the moment, as you can see, check status 202, status message accepted. Maybe today is my lucky day. I need to go and put some lotto ticket. I don't know. Let's see. Again, the check status 202. And hope so after a few seconds, these steps to finish successfully. And I will go to my workspace UIT just to refresh and to see if the changes are applied. So 1 minute, more than a minute, definitely. I hope so soon to finish. Meanwhile, any questions? No.
No time for questions.
Great. Yeah, no time for questions. I think it's time for beers. Anyway, so let's refresh. And voila, this is my UIT environment, as you can see. And here is my notebook. Of course, I need to attach it manually. I don't know why that is happening. Here is the pipeline, etc. But because I have 5 minutes around, no, not much, what can I do? I will show how automatically this is going to happen. First of all, I will change the release. No, the release, the pipeline. Oh, shit. When I'm doing some stuff very fast, I'm losing my mind. Okay, so go to the pipelines, go to releases. I'm going to edit. So here is continuous deployment trigger. This trigger, when I click on it, I will tell him, first of all, you have two options. The first options when there is a new change into the Git. And you can, when you have a Git push, it's happened Git push as an event to grab the information, and you can grab it from a different kind of branches. Or the other way is to, when the you have approvement of the pull request, then to grab the changes. Because I'm a little bit running of time, I will go the first option and I will add the branch directly, workspace publish. I will save it and I will leave it for now. Now, going back to my dev environment, again, I will do a change into my master branch. I will put a wait here. We'll connect, come on. We'll connect it. 1 sec, please. And okay, I will commit it, and after that I will push it. Remember, when I push it, this wait should be should appear into the workspace templates for workspace JSON file. So As you can see, it's generating again the REM templates. If I go back to my releases, automatically it was created release number 2. And as you can see, at the moment is already deploying the new changes on the UAT environment. So the first thing, the previous step, what I've done it manually. I have to select on which environment to deploy and to click on the deploy button. When I put this trigger, not initialize, but it detects that there is a change on the workspace branch. It grabs it, maybe it's getting what is the last modification of the timestamp, grab it, and automatically grab all information and created a new release. So again, after 30 seconds, here should be appearing the wait activity into the pipeline section. Let's see. Now we have around 30 seconds. Questions? Now everything's clear. I know. The tricky part is to configure properly the variables. This is the only hardest thing, and you need to follow your logic properly. Otherwise, you can do such a mess that it's better to start from scratch instead of trying to fix them. So here is my UAT environment. Reload. Pipeline, here it is. Actina should start and end letter or number. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about it. Anyway, the point is, here is how we can do the automation, deployment, and integration. Something last few words. If you want to do it on production environment, you need to follow the same step to create into the library a variable group for production. On the pipeline level, you need to create in the variables again for production. You need to select the scope, definitely. This is very important to be done. Otherwise, if they are both on the stage level, it will be a mess because it won't know which one to grab and to replace. So, and the last step is to create a new stage. How to create a new stage for production? Just clone this one. Instead of copy of UAT, just use PRD, and when you save it, you need to do the stuff which are related to the variables, map it properly, and will work automatically. So again, guys, last few words, not this button, but this one. Thanks for our sponsor for this event. Thank you for having me. If you have any question, now is the time. Nope. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, 23 countries, and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Andavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
We are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our team's ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better personalized services, we build